Hello. Is everybody there? Are we ready for this? Why isn't my play button enabled? Oh, don't tell me I gotta restart Steam too. Hey, it's working. Okay, great. You can look at my lovely Cleveland skyline photograph taken several years back and see my recycle bin. Okay. Oh. Well, first off, I want to recommend preloading the game. Also, I want to recommend not monkeying around with your OBS settings in the middle of the night, like I did last night, and changing something that breaks OBS and makes you jump down a rabbit hole when all you had to do is change one setting back. I was dumb. Sorry about that. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Are you serious? Are you guys still there? Okay, hopefully I didn't mess this up again. Are you guys still there? Please let me know in the chat. I am unpacking a huge truckload of data right now. The audio is perfect. Okay, you guys are still there. Yay, okay, good. Hopefully I won't mess this up again. Okay, so first off, I recommend, if it's too late for me to recommend preloading, I already did that yesterday, and it is taking a while to unpack, and that means that it's installing the game. I thought it would install sooner than this, but apparently it just downloads it. Yeah, so while we're sitting here looking at this, I just want to talk about hardware, because this is going to be a recurring theme here. First off, what am I running? Well, I put it in the description of this live stream. So some of the stuff I have right in front of me and some stuff I don't. But I have whatever you see on the left on user benchmark here. I have like the 22nd speed rank video card. I bought this probably a year ago. Yeah, I think it was early 2022. So this is not the latest and greatest, and it wasn't the fanciest video card at the time. If you remember, back in early 2022, crypto was sailing high, and as a result, the prices were sky high as well. So what I did is I bought the 3070 Ti, which had come down to a reasonable price because crypto was starting to cool off at the time. Now, I guess, you know, like if you're city planner, you're running the RTX 4090 when you're streaming or playing in general. And that's a much newer card by several months at least than when I bought this one. But it's also a much more expensive card, so it's probably not likely I'm going to grab that. But, you know, the 4070 and the 4070, you know, that's a possibility. We'll see. Depends on what I want to do. So that's what I'm running for video. For CPU, I'm also running 64 gigs of RAM, DDR4, I'm pretty sure. It's a Z690 motherboard, if I remember correctly. So Alder Lake. I'm running a Core i9-12900K, which is 24th. The fastest processor out there, according to these benchmarks, is the i9-14900KF. Although the i13900KS isn't too far behind it, and the regular 14900K. So, I mean, there's a lot of that going on. If you're looking for the fastest Ryzen processor, it looks like it's the Ryzen 9 7950 X3D. Now, some of these benchmarks, your mileage is going to vary because processors, it comes down to, you know, a lot of things. This new game is going to run on a new Unity engine, which I'm told is going to use all the cores you've got, which is great because I've got 16 cores for 24 threads. I don't know how much the 14900KF has. Let's see if it tells on. Okay, so more cores. 24 cores, 32 threads. Lots more cores. So about the same speed though. So, you know, that's what we're looking at as far as that goes. Now, my guess is this is all running the simulation. All of this here, the CPU. I think that is important. We'll talk about this some more. How are we doing over here? Still unpacking. So now, as far as NVMe drives, so you want to have 60. I have 64 gigs of RAM. I've seen people say 32 gigs. 64 gigs is pretty easy to get your hands on if you've got enough money. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you if you don't have enough money for that, but at least you don't have to buy more. Now, you probably could skimp on the processor from what I'm seeing out there. You don't want to skimp on the graphics card. The graphics card is, this is a shift. City Skylines 1 was all about the CPU because that was the bottleneck. The graphics were not that complicated, although you could definitely go to better, you know, smaller 3D models and you'd get more performance out of the game. Now, NVMe drives, or, you know, they're solid state drives. They're not hard drives anymore. If you're running a hard drive, you're going to be really sorry that you still have a hard drive. Now, the best one out there right now, yeah, I don't know if it's by a lot. I mean, look at the effective speed. It's a 25%. That's reasonable. That's nice. And I've got my eye on this one, actually. It's not an unreasonable price. $278 is what I was seeing yesterday when I was looking at it, because I am really kind of squashed on space. If you do video editing, photo editing, you know what I'm talking about. You always want more space, more speed out of that NVMe drive. You're using it a lot. Now, I've got the Samsung 980 Pro, 2 terabyte, and that is from a little while ago. We haven't had anybody really release any of these this year. That's the 8th, so that should be pretty good. I don't think there's been a light year gain. I could just use more space. So that's what I've got going on. I'm running on Windows 10. I'm not running on Windows 11, if that's helpful for any of you. And we can play it. Let's start it up. This is the very first time I've started it. Yeah, user agreement, whatever. And we'll hit play. A mod or launcher update. Okay. Restart launcher. Let's get that launcher working right, you know. Now, this launcher is probably going to be important because it's going to be more important than the Steam launcher. Yeah, GeForce, no, we don't need that. Let's run the game and see what happens. Now, for any of you who didn't see it, I want to highly recommend... Well, we'll just watch this. Let's watch the intro here. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Most city service buildings can be further upgraded after being built. Upgrades enhance the operating capacity of the building or provide additional functionalities. Okay, you can enact policies to change how certain things in the city function. Citywide policies can be activated on the city info panel and district policies from the info panels of individual districts. Okay, is the game loaded? Okay, another user agreement. And let me know how the sound is balanced out here. Apparently it already knows my Paradox account, which is kind of nice. Let's go to options. I was expecting like some kind of cool intro, but I guess I didn't get that. All right, so graphics. For any of you who hadn't seen it, let's go back to my web browser here. This is a video you want to watch. We're going to follow some of the recommendations that our good old city planner, Phil, has laid out for us in his one of his latest videos. It's not his latest video anymore. But definitely check this out if you're having issues with performance. He's got it all figured out. Or at least we hope he does. All right, so back to the game. So what we're going to do, first thing is set the screen resolution to 1080p, because I am, first off, streaming in 1080p, but also because I keep changes. Also because I'm told that it doesn't do so hot on 4K, which I do have. And for some reason, everything has jumped to the wrong place. Get smaller. Whatever. Whoa. Yeah, allow access to the internet. You're seeing everything I'm seeing, folks. Well, this is fun. Resolution games with live streaming. This is why I guess they use a different, separate computers sometimes. Hopefully you'll be able to see this. I think it's just lagging behind me. But every time I try to change it, it changes everything. Alright, so I'm at 1920 by 1080. And we want to turn VSync off, I am told. We want to turn depth of field to disabled. And I'm going to go with... let's try medium graphics quality. Dynamic resolution scale quality, we want to disable that. Clouds quality, fog quality, let's disable the fog. Volumetrics quality, let's turn that off. Global illumination quality, reflections quality, depth of field quality, disabled. Motion blur, we're going to disable that. Shadow quality, terrain quality, water quality. Level of detail, okay. And I thought we could turn that off. Okay, so low. Let's go with low. Animation quality, medium, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Oh, advanced. Well, this is much more interesting. I will have to dig into this. I'm sure there will be some people very much smarter than me on graphics who are going to dig into this and tell us what's going on in the next few days. If any of you happen to be in this stream, I would appreciate that. Like if you drop into Discord and share some of this stuff or pop it in the comments here. Now hold on a second. I have to move a window so that I can actually see the chat because it's driving me crazy. So enjoy my view once again. Yeah, you're going to be waiting a long time for the download. Okay, cool. Now I can see chat. Okay, sounds good. Sounds like the Spotify playlist. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. By the way, everybody say hi to Chris. Chris is great. He is one of my most faithful Patreon supporters. Checks on me when he's worried about me, just to make sure I'm still there, and I am. So hopefully we can enjoy this. Is 720p an option? Let's take a look at that while we're here. Yes. You can get, where is 720p? That would be 1280 by 720 right there. That is an option. You can even go down to 640 by 480. I don't know if you would want to try that. That doesn't sound like a very good idea. You're not going to be able to see very well. But if you're on a small device, I suppose you could try it. Try changing display mode. Could be fun to have a great plain style city in CS2 since fields are finally roughly realistically. Yeah, I know, I was thinking about that. Oh no, 4 months. I'm sorry, Brad. That sucks. Yeah, VSync is off. We're good on that. Let me see what else everybody has to say in the chat. I'm below your level of graphics knowledge. I bet he's willing to get into the game to say it. I'll continue to wait patiently. Thank you. I appreciate it, Tyler. If anyone wanted to know, I don't see the game in GeForce Now yet. Well, that is going to be a problem. Right click on game in OBS and fit to screen. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Let me try to fix that. See, the thing is it keeps changing my resolution. And when I do the full screen game thing, oh, great. Now it's doing something I definitely didn't want it to do. Oh. Alright, you know what I'm going to have to do? is change my screen resolution here as much as I don't want to. I think I need to change my display settings to be a different resolution, and I can't remember what to do that. Here we go. That's not what I want. Is it? No. How do I change the stupid resolution? I do not remember how to do this. I never do it. I never had to. I can change my refresh rate, but I can't change my resolution. Well, this is really dumb. I'm not used to this new Windows either. All right. Sorry if this feels like amateur hour. This is honestly being a huge pain in the bottom. All right. I'm going to switch one more time and hopefully I will be able to see. All right, now tell me if this looks better. I'm hoping it does. No, it is not. Is it? Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta let this thing catch up to where I am. Back to the chat. Oh, this is so frustrating. All right, well, let's try 4K. I'm probably gonna regret this. Keep changes. Yeah, it's the OBS canvas, and let's see if I can capture method. All right. Yeah, I know. I see them in the upper left corner. I'm trying to work on that. And every time I switch to OBS, it changes my screen resolution back to 4K, and it won't let me actually change what's going on. I'm gonna try something and just see what happens. No, that's not what I want. I'm not an OBS expert. Right click in OBS, transform fit to screen. All right, let me see if that helps. I think that worked, guys. Oh, you know what? That's not going to work because I'm switched to a different resolution here. All right, hang on one more thing. I'm sorry, this is such a pain. All right, so let's see here, 1920 by 1080. We're gonna try this one more time, and hopefully, hey, I think it worked. Except now I can't see the chat again. Oh, stop moving everything. Why is Windows so dumb? All right, we're gonna move OBS slightly. Try to go back to the game. I can see the chat. It looks like the game is taking up the full screen. That's wonderful. Okay, I think we're good here. Okay, so everybody's good? Perfect? Yay. Okay, great. Great. All right. So gameplay, edge scrolling. Let's leave it on. Let's see what happens. I can turn it off. Day-night visuals, we'll leave that on. Show tutorials, sure, why not? Interface, English, yes, thank you. Text scaling, I'm not going to worry about that at 1080p. Time format, I like the 24-hour clock. I'm going to go with Fahrenheit because I like Fahrenheit. Okay, so let's try customary US and just see what happens. I'm going to be a weirdo and switch all that, and I'll probably switch it back because it'll probably drive me crazy. Master volume, interface volume, music volume. Yeah, we might tweak that later. Okay, so that looks good. Everything should be good there. Okay. All right. Let's try a new game. Now which map should we go with? Archipelago Haven. I'm not a big wanting to build a million bridges. Barrier Island is kind of nice because that is a very familiar landscape. And come to think of it, I need to change the graphics here because you know what? Actually, what I need to do. I hate that. It's really going to get old. Nope, I'm going to leave it at 40. Alright, you know what? Here we go. Okay. I'm going to turn the menu music volume down just a tad. The game volume down just a tad. Okay, good. Because I can't even hear myself think. Alright, new game. So let's see. Oh, we got San Francisco. That's kind. Waterway Pass, Riverway Delta, Barrier Island. I don't want to go with anything that's that crazy amounts of flat. I want something a little more challenging. Great Highlands, Lakeland. There's nothing here that really screams Midwestern here, is there? And I don't really want to go with something that's entirely mountains. I don't know. Let's go with River Delta. I'm kind of thinking that might be the way to go. And I can't see the chat again. This is driving me crazy. Why must it change the layout of my windows every time it changes? Okay. I can see the chat again. Sorry. Okay. Let's see what the chat says here. Yeah, right. Okay. We're going to go with River Delta. We've got lots of fertile land. We don't have much forest, which I guess I could expect that. No ore, lots of oil. So this is basically... It says it's European, but this is a little bit different. Actually, you know what? I want to go with a climate that is dry. Mediterranean climate here, yeah. It doesn't rain that much in San Francisco, people. Not in the summer, anyway. Southern Hemisphere? Or should we just tell me the latitude here? Alright, let's find something that doesn't get very cold here. I don't feel like dealing with a ton of winter. Not rainy, sunny and warm. Well, I guess we're just going to go with this. Buildable area, 42%. Alright, well, we'll go with River Delta and see what happens. And Lincolnia. And we're going to go with the North American theme. And we're going to use, well, let's call this, is it Streammerkin? Oh. Jordan Collins says, you haven't done your greeting. Hi, I'm Lee. There you go. All right, so let's see here. I do not want natural disasters. I don't want unlimited money. And we're going to call this... Yeah, let's call it something adventurous. Adventura. Because this is an adventure. Alright, residential zones work best near workplaces. Oh, urban planning tips. This is not something they would have said before. Okay, so let's go with this. Alright, before you start, let's look at how you move around the camera by using the camera controls. Tell me if the sound is okay. Disable the tutorials. Yeah, I already know how to do that. I would have figured that. Okay. Rotate the camera. Q E T E N T N G? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. I am going to get rid of that. Yeah, I know how to do that. I don't know how to get rid of that. Yeah. Alright, well, maybe I don't know how to do any of this stuff. First, I'm going to pause it. Yeah, I'm going to pause the game here. How do I turn off the tutorials now? Let me get these tutorials off here. No more tutorials. And I'm turning the volume down on the music. Not the game volume, the music. Wow, is there nothing to allow me to turn the volume down on the music? I think that's the problem is. It's somewhere else. It's not there. Oh man. Well, now I don't know how to get rid of it. Boy, Chris, you called that one. Turn the tutorials off, but I don't know how to turn the tutorials off now. That they're totally in my way. Ah, here's how I turn the volume down on the music. Thank you. Yes, 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 yes. We can figure this all out. That's great. All right, electricity, water, sewage. So it's basically the same as before. Okay, good to know. I'm gonna bring the volume down a little more then. I want background music, not in my face music for a live stream. All right, I need to get rid of this. I need to get rid of this. How do I get rid of this? I don't want to do that. I'll build a city, building roads. Get out of my way. Options, interface, gameplay, show tutorials. Ha, that's better. Okay, now let's get to it. All right, so basic urban streets that allow traffic. All right, so one of the things I'm gonna criticize right off the bat is I hate this. I do not want a freeway right out of the gate. And maybe that's because I started with a tutorial on, I don't know. I'd really like it if I could pick the square. And I'd really like it if there wasn't a freeway blocking my waterfront right out of the gate. That really sucks. I'm gonna do something crazy. New game. River Delta. Select map. I'm going to start over here and see if this does what I want it to. Disable tutorials. That looks good. Let's try it again. So far, this is a learning experience, isn't it? It still starts me out with that. I don't want a starter town. I want to do my own thing. I really thought that was possible here. Boy, there's all sorts of roads in this thing. Well, yeah, we really need the workshop or some such thing. Okay, so we've got this road over here. I really want to, out of protest, start with that road right there. I do not want this, but whatever. We're going to start with that. We probably don't need a lot. Let's just do the redevelopment technique. We're going to start with that. And we're going to put in a little bit of industrial right here. Yeah. This is not going to work very well, but... let's get some speed happening here. Okay, alright, yeah, that's right. I need utilities and stuff like that. Let's do that. So I need electricity. So I've got some cables. How much money am I starting out with? Ooh, 500 grand. So we're going to see how much this stuff costs. 70 grand a month for a coal power plant. I probably don't have very much in the way of great places to put this because I don't have any hills. Now, is that a power connection? I sort of like that. Not going to build my own power grid right now. If I can help it. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to build my own power production, let's put it that way. Yeah, this is definitely a lot. Okay, we'll do that for now, and I probably will regret it later. And then water. We need a water system, water pumping station, water tower. All right, so the upkeep is 10 grand a month on water pumping station, 30 grand a month for the water tower. Okay, they changed the math on that. A groundwater pumping station, though, 20 grand a month, 10. The sewage outlet. Well, let's just throw that in here somewhere. Hopefully it doesn't need electricity. Or that's going to be dumb, because last time I checked, most water infrastructure really doesn't need electricity. At least not the passive kind that is pulling water, putting water, just dumping water out of the pipe. Next, I need to get groundwater. I have some right there. Yeah, this is not ideal. Okay, so dual pipes that carry both water and sewage. We only need to deliver the water here. I suppose I need to have a road for that too. See how easy it is to move things around. Move. Okay, that's not bad. It probably cost me a fortune. And I need pipes. Okay, I'm good there on the pipes. I need a wastewater pipe here. Now, one of the things I want to just, throw this disclaimer in there. I have not been following City Skylines 2 stuff in detail at all. So I imagine some of you probably know a lot more about this game than I do. So we'll see how this goes. I should have enough. Let's see if everybody's happy. Hey, they are. What do you know? Our electricity production is not meeting demand. Yes, that is true. We need to buy electricity. How do I buy electricity? Okay, so I'm seeing lots of fun things going on here. Hello, GubDM. And hello, Evan Leibovich. Let's see here. I really wonder how extensible a framework. Okay, yeah, that's something I want to talk about too, is some of the guts of the game. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about pollution at the moment. The grid probably can be bulldozed. Evan, I'm sure, can't you just eliminate the highway and start from the small street? I don't know. You can go underground, you can disable it at game start, and you have that other road. Options general, disable tutorials. All right, took care of that. Hook a transformer to the outside electricity connection to import electricity. I had to hook I did hook a transformer to it. Oh, is this where I go in? How do I do this? Oh, this is the one I want to touch. Alright, I hooked my transformer, I thought. Whew, that anti-aliasing is rough. I did not expect it to look like that. How am I buying electricity? Let me see my budget panel. I got a budget panel, right? Budget panel. Budget. Where's my budget? Is it down here? I'd really love to know. Oh, okay. Okay, alright, it is importing it automatically. Alright, I didn't realize it did that. That's not how SimCity 4 did it. So I'm kind of measuring it on that. So muddling my way through it. Alright, so let's see people move in. And I'm probably going to end up with some low density. Yeah, I'll just add something right here. Okay, yeah, that's kind of obnoxious. How do I turn that off? Somebody tweets a lot, chirps a lot, whatever you want to call it. The budget's not unlocked, it figures. So I'm losing money like crazy. Fun times. Well, that's a bummer. Alright, so my demand meter here. I've got low density residential demand, commercial demand, and industrial demand. Okay, that's good. Glad to know it. Not worried about that. Electricity thing. Let's figure out a main street here. So I think that the main drag. I don't know, what do I think of these roads that are already built? I think that one makes sense more than the highway does. And we're gonna stick it all. We're just gonna stick with just 2-lane roads here. Oh, why is it measured in yards? Nobody thinks in yards in the United States. Really? Now I have to multiply by 3, divide by 3, all that kind of stuff. Okay. Now I have to do math. This is annoying. I think I want 110 yards. That's what I want. 109 is close enough. And we're going to go to another 109. If any of you are wondering why 100 oh great, I can't even get 109. Well, let's do 114 then. To get a grid is just, it's rough, man. I didn't expect that. All right, so basically with the United States Public Land Survey System, yeah, that's really weird. I don't know what I think about that. Actually, I do know what I think about it. I don't like it. All right. Okay, that's not too much different than before. Oof, that's weird. All right, so we're gonna have a main street here, and we're gonna build some more industrial over here. And we're just gonna solve problems as we get them. The next thing I'm gonna do is create a cross street, which I'm gonna put right here. Okay, so under the United States, oh, I need to get it off the curves. I don't want a curve. All right, so the United States Public Land Survey System basically had everybody building at, most of the time blocks and cities turned out to be about 330 feet in length or about 110 yards. Actually, that is 110 yards. And it's all based off of a thing called Gunter's chain. Now, it doesn't translate very easily to meters.
Updates to our power grid. The city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these
Alrighty
moments of
then.
service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
So I guess I need
Spikes
more
in demand have led to
something.
temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are
How am I out of
squabbling
water
to get the
already?
situation in
I have 50 people.
This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon, the station.
Okay, let's look at the progression panel. We can finally look at that. Okay, development. I don't care about roundabouts, parking areas, advanced road services. I don't need large roads, intersections. Yeah, I don't care about that either. Electricity,
My dear
a
Professor
gas
Hornbach,
power plant. I have that
whereas I
available
make
to
no
me.
apology for my erudite, but modesty
I can live with
demands
that.
I prevaricate against the title.
Water treatment plant would be nice and all.
And all my expertise derives
Healthcare,
merely
death
from a life
care.
devoted to the gentle arts.
Yeah, I probably need garbage
Though
at this
I
point,
do
don't
thank
I?
you for the honor.
Oh,
But I
man.
suggest to continue.
Let's see
Professor Hornbach,
how we're doing in the
as a
electricity
traveler
stuff.
from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish.
How is it we cannot meet electricity demand?
There now, my good fellow, chin up, as it were. No need to wallow in sentiment.
This is
Leave
the
that
part where I
for
wish I had the
those
tutorial.
poets, chaps, Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
How do I change the electricity trade? Ah, over here. Budget.
Why they are contracting with outside agencies to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going to be costly, Mr. Councilman?
Oh, well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity. to
So
provide
they've
them.
definitely made this a more complicated, but I have no idea exactly what.
Paying for it. Should we be worried?
Let's go back to another song. Okay, anybody got any ideas here? They were so proud of their chirper implementation. Yeah, I know right now I can't wait to turn it off. The contour lines would be great. Well, you know, here's the thing with metric is the United States Public Land Survey System was done all in American units, and it's kind of inherently stuck with it. And that's why we are still using it, is because surveyors can't ever stop using it. It would be a humongous effort to change over to metric, unfortunately. And it's an interesting story to find out why it is that Americans aren't on metric to begin with. It all has to do with pirates in the Caribbean. Go look that story up. It's very interesting. But yes, pirates, most specifically privateers, played a part in that. Let's see here. It was the first mod I put to remove chirper. Yes. Yes, I think that's going to be one of our first mods. People flushing toilets too often. Maybe that's a problem. The radio's only in English. Yeah, that is kind of weird. I found a lot of CS2 features were already present in CS1. Yes, they were. Yeah, but the thing is that yards are not what Americans use unless we're playing football or we're measuring concrete, you know, or something like that. What I'm trying to do right now, Evan, no, Tyler, no, Gaming Ages. What I'm trying to do right now is figure out how on earth do I increase my import of electricity, and I have no idea how to do that. Service trade. Okay, that would be great. How do I import? Okay, I am importing electricity. Why isn't it enough? I should be able to control that, and I can't. Well, anyway. Let's get some workers. We'll deal with this later. I don't know why I'm doing it the old-fashioned way. Old habits die hard, guys. Oh, man, I want a 90-degree angle everywhere. Ooh, that's really steep. Oh, of course. Alright, let's put some houses in here. Ooh, I can get some row houses. And I'm really not going to worry too much about... Not going to worry too much about the... about some of the other issues about the grade or anything like that. I'm just gonna give it a go. And I'm gonna probably redevelop some of this. I'm just trying to figure out some of this stuff. Oh, hey, thank you so much for Scrunge Crimes. Great to see you, Lee. Your content is absolutely top tier. I'm hoping that today is not an exception to that. But you're learning how to play this game as I am, or you probably already know more than I do because you probably watched a lot more videos. I looked for the highlights. I didn't really look at all the details, and now I'm finding out that I don't know them. The transformer has a flashing icon over it. Does it? Hold on. No, the transformer does not have a flashing icon. Transformer capacity 80 megawatts. I'm using 1% of it. I would think that should be enough. I don't see any icons saying, hey, you don't want enough electricity. Alright, so I don't have very much in the way of industrial demand. So that's fine. I feel like if I switched over to meters, this is going to make more sense to me because it's obviously all in meters. Interface, other units, let's do metric again. At least I'll know what the temperature is. Also, I hear it rains for days in this game. That's weird. Alright, so like 100 meters, 96 meters, we'll do 96 meters. That might make more sense to the game. It doesn't. That's probably what I've been doing the whole time. I kind of miss being able to extend by the length of everything. I also really like it when it snaps better than it does. So there's just some things I'm really not into with the way this game feels already. I'll just be honest. Let's throw in some stuff here. Because we do have some commercial demand. We're not going to put more there. And we're going to leave some of this open and just put in some residential. I could probably use some healthcare. Let's put that. Wow, I need a lot of space for that. Okay, this is a bit frustrating. I'll be honest. This doesn't fit in my normal block size at all. Alright, we're going to make that work. And then garbage. I gotta figure out a place to put a landfill that is not... I see. So I have to, ooh, that's huge. Alright, I'm gonna put this out here by the highway since I think the highway is garbage. And now I need to add some space to the landfill. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's probably gonna be way too much space. It's not anywhere near where I want it. We have development points. We have one lousy development point. Alright, so how are we doing? Got a lot of commercial demand again here. Let's try and satisfy a little bit of that. I was thinking it'd be nice to have a nice grid city. Now I'm thinking that's going to be really hard to pull off. I think there's some things I would have done differently on this. Alright, so let's use a curve here. Now, there's not as much of a tactile response on this when it comes to feeling when you've got something right where you want it. And that is something else I'm missing right now, too. Alright, we're going to put some... Let's put some row houses in here. Start having a semblance of downtown. So far, this game feels really counterintuitive to me. I don't know if it's just because I'm feeling a little pressure being on live. Oh wow, that's quite a hill. Now I don't know if that has anything to do with it or if it's just that it just feels weird. Some of it's really super smooth, but it's not smooth in the way I would want it to be smooth. It's just, you know, I want to feel okay, great. I've snapped to the 90-degree angle that I wanted. Because sometimes, I mean, that's America. You get 90-degree angles everywhere you look. Wow, Chris, I'm sorry, you're still unpacking. Oh, Viscosity, another one of my big-time Patreon supporters. I really appreciate you being here. Happy to see ya. By the way, if you really want me to respond, there's two ways you can make that happen on the chat. Super chats are great, but even just if you just at me, that would be super great too. Because it's really hard otherwise to spot it. I'm glad you like my voice, GR. Let's see here. You have a good take on the game since you have the freshest version look at it. The discovery phase is good to see. Yes, it's very not... I don't know. I gotta be honest with you. I thought that it would probably feel more like the first one. But it really is, in a lot of ways, a whole other game. But at the same time, I feel like they added a lot more parking to it. Okay, so the anti-aliasing is really getting on my nerves. Okay, great. I have more money. I have all sorts of money. And am I making money yet? No, I am not. Why is that? And now I'm expected to add more services. I really don't like the way they set me up. I feel like I was set up to fail when... when they gave me this these starter streets, you know, and I can't hardly even. Oh, that's a 90-degree angle. It doesn't look like it. All right, I gotta find the topographic lines tool. If this is the info view, then great. Where's terrain? This is not as easy to see either. Place availability, natural resources, company profitability, building level. So some things are similar. I'm seeing a pattern on some things. I'm hearing a pattern.
This is
Tell me that they added a,
Thomas Hornbuckle.
they
Before we
didn't.
dive into
There's no
our
way to
history,
turn this off, is there?
a few memento mori
Yeah.
to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For our newer, less able listeners, first,
Let's do the vibe. Yeah, let's do that. Different radio. Well, you know, what can I say? Deal with the pollution. Anyone else has noticed there's no housing available anywhere? Yeah, okay, so we have a little indicator, air pollution. Oh no, well, we'll redevelop you out of your house, don't worry. I'm working on adding a new neighborhood for you. And I still don't have any idea where it is that I can find. What? Oh, I don't want to curve. I can't see whether I'm at a 90-degree angle or not. Okay, that's nice. I'd feel a lot better if that grid actually looked like a grid. It never does. And I'm running into a high tension foul. Okay, well, I seem to have figured out the grid problem a little bit. Ooh, man, it's rough feeling those 90-degree angles here. And I wish I could, you know, walk and chew gum at the same time, but that's really difficult for me, especially when I'm trying this game out for the very first time. By the way, I know the grade police are going to be after me after this one. Oh, you know what? This is what I need. All right, 192. And it won't let me do it. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's why. Oh. Oh, that's really rough. Alright, well, we're going to move that transformer station then. That's what gotta happen. Let me add some... Oh, I don't need housing anymore suddenly? Oh, weird. I've heard that the low-density housing residential demand is like impossible to satisfy, and here I suddenly have tons of medium-density residential. Well, let's go ahead and throw that in there. Where's my main drag? There's my main drag. And we'll put that there. And that there. I don't know, I just feel like I'm I don't feel like I'm building a city. I feel like I'm rushing to keep up with everything that is being demanded of me. And it's moving faster than I'd prefer. Maybe I should just slow the speed down. I don't know. I'd really like it to go faster, but I don't have time to catch up with everything that's happening here. And I'm probably still losing a ton of money. Alright, let's move that stupid power line here. Gotta get that out of here. Alright, heavy cables for high voltage currents, cables for transferring low voltage currents between locations. Not really sure what the difference is on all of this. A small coal power plant, would that be a good idea? I kind of don't want it. I could get a gas power plant. I don't really want to do that though. Do I? Is it going to save me any money? I'm still losing money. How do I get back into the... How do I get into the black? Okay, I'm not getting subsidized, so that's nice. At least I know I'm really losing that. It's probably just because I don't have enough population to service everything. Okay, so I don't have enough jobs. That's another problem I have. Oh, man. I really don't like that I got set up with this start off with. That's really burning my bottom. Yeah, it's really hard. I'm fine with this map. This is not how I would do it. All right, I gotta get that thing out of there. Not enough customers. Well, we'll help you out with that in a minute here. In fact, it looks like there's help coming on the way right now. All right, so this guy has got to go somewhere else. We're gonna put him. Actually, let me not do that right yet. Okay, I need a road that is gonna run parallel to this to be the waterfront road. But I'd really like to know what the terrain looks like. Maybe I can... Oh... Okay. Wow, that's really high. That's really weird because usually it doesn't get high next to a river. Not like this, no. That's not how geography usually works. Because the river usually erodes all of this. And if this was high ground... I mean, I guess it makes a little sense, but only a little. I don't know. That's weird to me. Okay. I wish I could leave that on all the time. I think that's going to be one of the new mods. Because I want that really bad. I need to know what the terrain lines look like all the time. I just have to. And I don't really care if it makes my game look ugly. Alright. And I wonder how much of my money is being spent on infrastructure at this point that I am underutilizing. Give me 90. And it better really be 90. Okay. Okay, we're going to do something really unorthodox here, but it has to be done. I'm going to throw some industry right here. I'm going to throw some industry right here. Now, if any of you are familiar with old-fashioned cities, you know, like I do, that there was a lot of neighborhoods and they were built completely around the industry. And we're going to throw some commercial here and here. Okay. Is that... Oh, that's bad suitability for commercial? Why? There's people living there. Why wouldn't you want customers? That's the network color. What is that? Alright. Are we still complaining about not enough customers here? Yeah. And then we're going to do something crazier yet and throw some row houses near the industry. Because we need workers to move in, and we need a lot of them to move in, not just a few. Oh, and we've got low residential demand. Of course we do. We'll let them live further away. That's right. I keep forgetting I gotta move this thing. Now that I have my waterfront road figured out, let's do that. I really don't want it there. I'm going to put it right here. And then bulldoze, baby. This is some infrastructure I can save some money not maintaining. And I can recover a little bit of land. Oh, that's wild. I didn't know it would actually build underneath the power lines. That's kind of handy to know. Okay. And air pollution. Yes, yes. Everybody's going to hate air pollution. Oh, it almost looks like a city-ish. Let's finish at this grid. See if we can actually use the grid tool to do that. Oops. Well, that is not exactly what I was hoping for. Like, follow my grid, dude. It is handy. It could be a little handier. Oh, wait. Oh, I have a non-90 degree angle in there somewhere. Okay, that worked better.
Hey, buddy, those sure are nice shoes.
Thanks, they're Wofford's.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take them off, let me see.
90.
All right.
Give me 90. There we go.
Soft and strong.
They fit like a glove.
Wow.
And they look great on you.
Alright, let's check out the snapping tools. Toggle all snapping on and off. Snap to existing geometry. Snap to zoning cell length. Snap to 90 degree angles. Snap to the sides of the building. Snap to guidelines. Snap to zone grid. Oh, that's really weird. Why don't we just try... How does that snap to the zone grid? I don't understand. And how is it I don't get 90 degree angles anymore? Well, I got one there. Okay, so how are we doing? We want more of these single family, huh? I don't see anybody building in the ones I've already zoned. Let's speed things up. Our building is just very, very slow. Get some more row houses over here. So you want to build, you know, you want your single family stuff to not be right up on all of the, oh, it's dark now. You want your single family stuff to be not right up against all of your jobs. And I imagine, oh man, seriously, that only gets 11 employees. That's a little better. 19 is better yet. 5? Oh, that's not enough jobs. Now let's see, that's a gas station. That's at 4 employees. Now that seems a little unrealistic. Depending on, I mean, especially for that size. 9 employees there, but there's only 5 here. That doesn't make any sense. They make mason jars? The rust bucket has 5 employees. This one has 11. Okay, I'm already going to call that we're going to need a realistic population mod, because we're going to have to, you know, have more people than this working in our factories, because I could almost bet you money that if you had, you could probably have 11 people working in the office of this place, depending on how, you know, I don't know. I'm not really impressed by the industry. It's not what I would have done. Am I making money yet? I've got to be able to keep my street cred up here. Oh, and I need more services. Of course I do. Death care. I guess I need a cemetery. Well, let's put one over here. And then I suppose I have to... No, I don't. Oh, I would have thought that I could have set boundaries for that, but I guess I can't. So we got that. We need a school. Let's get an elementary school. Oh, seriously. It's not very forgiving, this grid. The buildings are huge, and I have a theory as to why. Yay for me! I need a high school now, too. I can't put it there. I'll put it here. That'll be fine. Alright, so one of my theories as to why it is that things are so stinking big. Alright, so now, if you're in an urban area, you are not going to build a school that looks like this. Not anywhere, ever. And you're definitely not going to have parking like this. So I'm really hoping that this is just something that they threw together because they had to do something, and they're like, well, I don't know what to do with this here, so I'll throw that in. I want to see something that's more like the campus DLC, except I want it applied to everything. I want it applied to schools and universities and medical centers, because that's what we have here in the States. I don't know about abroad, what they've got like going on in Europe, but I'm sure they don't build schools that look like this in Europe, and if they do, I want to be the one doing the detailing, and I'm not a detailer, but I know detailers are going to hate this because it's like, well, you know, I guess it's already ready made and everything, but I want to lay it out the way I want to lay it out is what they're going to be thinking, and I agree with them. I also don't like parking lots. I'm amazed, just based on the stuff I've seen so far, how much of this game devotes to parking. I don't like it. It's too much. Nobody needs this much parking in an urban environment. And I would show you how people are getting around. Hey, well, why don't we look at that? Let's look at traffic. Right now, I'm not even really doing anything to completely break traffic. I'm just trying to build a city that's got more than 1,000 people in it. And so far, I've got it. But where's the traffic info view here? Roads? Parking facility availability. Tons of it, I'm sure. Can't really see everything that's going on here, so it looks like that's low parking availability. Is that right? I don't know, I can't tell. I don't have any maintenance going on. I probably could add that. I don't want medium roads. I don't need them. And areas. So adjust the area of the specialized industry. District creation tool. But I gotta be a grand village first. By the way, I'm only on 1 tile still. They're still complaining about air pollution. That's a bummer, but we'll, you know, sorry. Really not a whole lot you can see here. I'm going to turn off the night cycle. Even though it will be nighttime. There we go. Now we can see what I've built. And yeah. So we get some row houses. That's nice. I like that. What's this guy's problem? A crime has been committed and I don't have any police. Let's get a police station in here somewhere. Now, I can be cool with police having parking. I don't know, I thought the models that they had in the old game were probably better. I'll be totally honest. For services. And since I'm really short on commercial, I'm going to put this in the back of something. It won't work there or there. I'm going to put it here then. Well, and I guess the other thing I could do is upgrade the road a little bit. Okay, let's see what people have been saying in the chat here. That one segment is like not drawn in or something. Use the cable but lower the elevation to go underground. Oh. Yeah, I think I know what you're trying to say. Move the transformer to a small service road. Yeah, I was going to do that. I just got lazy. Switch to roads. Button above the right zone button turns on contours. Oh. Where? Oh. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Pro tool mode, elevation parallel mode to the far right, the bullseye looking circles. Yes, okay, I found it. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you adding me for that. Let's see if I got anything else interesting in the chat. Turn off the cell width snapping to help with the grid. The cell width. I want it to snap to the zone grid though, because I don't want to waste real estate. I hate these gaps. I don't know if you've seen my first video of the second series of More Money, Less Traffic, but I specifically call out the gaps. I don't want them. And it's annoying me that I have a whole grid that's full of them. Alright, so I need some more commercial and industrial and whatnot. So let's do that some more. Fact, let's spoil paradise over here. Oh, what's this? Groundwater deposits. I don't really want to put industrial over there then. I will put it here. And here. And I will add to the grid. Let's go. Existing geometry, snap to zoning cell length. There. Okay. Let's try this. We'll do that. Though I am reluctant. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw in a narrow 2-lane road behind this. We're going to have an alley here. Oh, well, thanks for following the grid. And why don't we just have some fun? Throw that in there. That in there. More row houses. Sure, why not? So I should have cheap housing all over the place. I do not have enough jobs, though. My unemployment rate is probably really high. Is there a way I can see it? Unemployment 12%. I was correct. We have a lot, not nearly enough jobs to work everybody in. And I'm probably not building in the most efficient manner possible. But I don't feel like expanding out of the tile yet. Well, actually that's not entirely true. Alright, let's go around the cemetery here. 284. 288? 280? Okay, which one is it gonna be, guys? Okay, this is really gonna not work for me. This is a lot more terrain than I would have ever expected. Especially if that's a meter at a time. Hey, what happened to my contour lines, guys? Oh, now all of a sudden it's flat. Okay. I don't get that. No, you don't feel like I need that. Yeah, I'm just gonna San Francisco this. Let's try this. Oh, man, that's a hill, man. How would it end up with a hill like that? I guess it's a mountainous area. I guess that makes sense. Okay. $96. Well, at least I'm getting better at making the grid. Yeah, we're just gonna San Francisco this. Slope too steep? Now you're gonna call me out on slope? Okay, we'll do 192 in this direction, 192. And deal with it. I thought this thing was supposed to be helpful. I'm not digging this. Overlapping items. Now, why does it say that? Oh, because it put a tunnel in? Or is that a cut? That's a cut. Oh, that's weird. That's not the way I would have expected them to do that. I mean, I guess it makes sense that there's a retaining wall there. I don't really want a retaining wall there, so we're going to get rid of this street altogether. I wouldn't build that like that if I knew. 96. I don't like how it doesn't hold that, and now it's slope too steep again. Just build the parts I don't want you, that I want you to build, okay? $96. 96. It's really steep. %20 grades. Yikes. This map does not make sense to me. I want to make my own map now. Okay. You're hearing the unedited commentary of Mr. Lee Hawkins. I hope Paradox doesn't... I don't know. What are they going to do? Take the game away from me? I find that unlikely. Alright, we're going to use a curved road here. Show me a line. Really? Okay, I can live with that. It's a 90, I hope. Alright, we need more jobs. Let's get more jobs. We're gonna put industry. Oh, I don't want to put it by the water. care if it's curved. 288. Oh, of course. $96. Oh, you're gonna complain about slope. Alright, fine. I'll let you. 96. What I'd really like to do is build on the waterfront. But there's a freeway in the way. Okay, that's weird. I mean, I get it, but it's weird. Let's see how the terrain works. Let's put this to the test here. Soften terrain. How am I doing on money? Oh, I'm doing terrible. Well, I guess that's not how that works. Let's try, and I don't get zoning grid on the cut or the fill. That's also kind of a little weird, but I kind of get it too. We're gonna take that out. We're gonna start build it again with my flattened outness, and what do you know? And now I can't figure out what my grid was supposed to be there, and I'm not gonna get one anyway. We're just gonna leave that. All right, I need very badly to revamp all of this. This is definitely not working. How fast are we filling this thing up? Doesn't give me a percentage. I'm trying really hard to turn Chirper out, but it's not easy. Like, I want to turn off all the game sounds just to make Chirper shut up. I don't know about you guys. Let's see what anybody has to say in the comments here. Okay. Well, I'll have to look at that city planner video and check that out. I think I'm figuring it out though. Today I learned that San Francisco can be used as a verb. Yes, when you do what I did over here, yeah, that's called San Franciscoing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with San Francisco, but there are some roads that follow the terrain, but let's be honest, most of them have nothing to do with the terrain. The grid was imposed with impunity on San Francisco's landscape. And I'm sure a lot of people hate it, but at the same time, you get these really cool hills. Like, hey, let's be honest, this would be a pretty cool hill to stand on top of and look down the street, especially with higher graphic settings. Especially once we build a city that goes in here. Let's take a look at a few things here. Let's look at the water. The water's kind of weird. But it doesn't seem as weird as it was in the first one, that's for sure. Water was always a thing I kind of didn't like how it worked in the original. Okay, so I need to do something with this. And I'm going to buy a little more real estate here, I think. Because I've never done it before. Oh, I see. I started off with 9 by 9. Okay, that's nice. Oh, look. I'm making money only because I'm gaining milestones before anything else happens. All right, I want that. I want that. You know, I'm gonna start working on this island here. How many of these can I buy? I can buy a lot of them. And there's really no reason why I shouldn't. You don't have enough expansion permits? I gotta get permits? Alright. This is what we're buying. It barely costs anything. Okay. So this road here, I'm not really a fan of that either. We're going to pause this, and we're going to build a proper road network here. I do not like this at all. Not that part anyway. And I bet you that they made most of these maps without terrain lines, since that was a late addition to the game. Oh my goodness. Okay, so some of this is flat, but some of this is really not flat. Alright, so we're going to stay up here on this plateau. See how there's a lot more buildable land. Now, in the old days, maybe they'd build on hills, but most of the time, I don't think anybody wanted to deal with them. And I kind of like to lay things out more the way they would have been in the old days than the way they would be in a modern city. And a lot of times, yeah. Alright, so maybe we'll try a medium road. I don't want high traffic. Nah, we're not going to do a medium road. Who are we kidding? I'm going to try to keep it to low, 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 low. All right, and we're going to get rid of this too. I'm going to work it up to that bridge. We'll work the rest of that in. Because otherwise I can live with that. All right, so what I want to do is I want to build a road that's going to let me get up and down this island really easily and access most of the land. And I think that would be a good meridian right here. And
she all looking at me like it's on. So I do a full body girth like, and she's like, and I say, y'all, it's Spaz Electronics.
oh, well, that lets me build so far, huh? Oh, and I don't need it. No, I don't want to do that.
And he's like,
That's why it won't let me build any further.
Spaz Electronics, get y'all electronics down at Spaz Electronics. We got resistor, transistor, capacitor, all the calibers, LEDs, UCDs, and clerks that
Now what happened over here?
Spaz Electronics.
Nothing big. Alright, that's good. Okay, so we'll worry about the end of that at some point.
Hey, buddy, those sure are nice shoes.
Probably could use a road right
That's some fine
here.
stitching. Take them off, let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful leather.
Soft and strong.
They fit like a glove.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Alright, so I've got a lot of room to work
Where are
with
you going
there.
my shoes?
Huh, Wofford's.
How would I
They
integrate
sure
this
are nice
in?
shoes.
I'd probably go across here. I wish I had an idea of how high that was. Oh man, that's not how I would have done that if I knew. Oh well. Okay. So maybe this will add a nice fill. Ooh, that's really steep. Alright, so what I'd really like to be able to do is build a road. Okay, I don't want it to go in that high of an increment. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Elevation stuff. That's what I want. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Alright, Alright, we're going to start there. We're going to build a bridge that is as flat as we can make it across. At least I think it's going to be a bridge. Is that a bridge? Oof, that's not a high level bridge. I'd really like to leave my options open here, so I'm going to increase the height of this here. Let's make it 5 meters higher. And like I said, as flat as I can make it. How's that? It's better. It's not quite what I'd like. Alright, now let's do this fancy curve right here. Now why will it not grab onto that? Why will it not grab onto the end? Just because I deal with it. Alright. Okay. That seems like a reasonable grade, except for that, of course, I'm not getting what I expected out of that because it filled it. What I would like to be able to do is just have that build the terrain up. That would make more sense to me. So what we're going to do is, oh, you know what, let's try this. Maybe this will be okay. Terrain tools, soften terrain. Let's see what happens when that doesn't do it, does it? It really doesn't. That really looks ugly. It might make it look better in the end, though. So in the old game, it seemed... No. Alright, so that takes away that. The old game, I could... If it was a ground level, I don't know. I think some of this is going to be solved in mods. I'm not really feeling like all of this is thought out as well as they thought it was. That is still a fill. Gotta be kidding me. Yeah, that's what I'm used to. I'm used to the mods. The Fine Road tool would make it so that I could change that. There we go. The Fine Road tool would make it so that I could make that terrain come up to that level. So if I go soften right here, it's not doing anything. Is it because it's not strong enough? That's not what I wanted to do. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do at all. That's not how the soften tool worked before. I'm just thinking in real life, they would build that up so that you could access it. Oh, and then now it's going to make a cut. Yeah, it's what it did, didn't it? Nope, I think it's still a fill. man, that's bad. I can't even build underneath that. Tell me that's a 90. There we go. What? Just grab what I already have. Nope, it doesn't want to do it. That doesn't make sense. So how are you guys doing? Tell me about your issues. What do you think of the game? You think what's working really well for you? What is not working real well for you? Talk to me in the chat. I'd really like to hear what you have to say. I'll read out the really good ones. Right now, it's bugging me a lot that I don't have any ability to grab that node. I don't think. No, I can't. Why can't I attach to that? Is this a bug? Parallel mode. I don't care about that. Replace. $180. Why is it not connecting to this? Wow, this is part of my diabolical plan, and it's not working. What gives with this? I should just use an elevated segment. Actually, it should just continue with this elevated segment, but it puts it at the ground level every time. Why is that? It's not doing that over here. It's doing exactly what I wish it had done in the first place, but it's not doing... Oh my goodness. This is nuts. I can't even connect to this. So I'm starting to understand why it is people are complaining about the lack of precision ability. There just isn't any. So I can get a stupid... But I can't connect to the other one. This was easy to do in the other one. I don't understand. Overlapping items. Yes, overlap them. That's the point. That doesn't make any sense. It's not overlapping. You're supposed to just connect to it. This has to be a bug. It just has to be. Wow. I'm bummed. That is not what I wanted. Alright, so we're going to do this. I also don't want the brush size to be anywhere near that big. That's probably a little too small. That's more like it. Okay, and that's the 100% size? That's kind of scary. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. What? How? I don't... Is it because of the... It has to be. Because I've got elevation in there or something. Ugh. course it's in water. I'm making a bridge. Oh. I don't want that kind. There we go. Okay, and now... Okay, finally I think I have what I was looking for the entire time. Soften terrain. Now let's make it bigger. Oh, okay, good. It does go up higher.
That's some fine stitching. Take 'em off. Let me see.
Huh, that's weird. Okay. It took a lot more effort than I expected after all the stuff I saw. And I'm not even sure that that's level like I want it to be. I don't think it is.
They sure are nice shoes.
And yes, I am a perfectionist. It's part of the reason why I play this game. Go down to... Is that what I want? That's better. It's still not what I want, really. Not really the way I wanted it. I wanted to be able to run something underneath here besides just the river. Oh, alas. Alright, let's build a switchback here. Or not exactly a switchback, but an ascending road that gets me up here. Okay, I can't see the grade. Ooh, that's really high. That looks pretty good. That was actually easier than many times. Okay, now it's telling me slope too steep. Okay, so just do it. I don't care if it overlaps. Just make it work. Alright, I want this to be it. That wasn't what I was expecting it to do there either. What do you mean it's overlapping? Home? Ugh. The home button is so much better to put it at 0 than having to tap it as many times as it takes to get to 0. Okay, so that's nice, but that's not what I really am hoping for either. Ugh. Ugly grades, man. Oh my goodness, that is just not acceptable to me. I have got to have that smoothed out. Oh, that was the whole purpose of doing this too. Smoothing it out. Can't wait till I start building freeways and stuff with this thing. All right. You know what? This is not going to happen. I just need to work on that one. I think I'm just going to have to do this myself. Which is fine because I did fill a little bit over there. Slope. Make it much smaller. So I wish that the keyboard shortcuts, page up and page down, changed this. That'd be immensely helpful right now. If you're a modder and you're watching. I'm guessing the modders have already figured all of this stuff out, and they have already conspired to make so many improvements to this game. I just want to see it available as soon as possible. So if you work for Colossal Order and you happen to be on my stream, hey, thanks. But also, you know, get that mod thing going. We need it really bad. Okay, so that looks okay. I can live with that. It's not going to be the greatest traffic setup. But it reconnects me to the outside world in that side, and I still have to deal with all of this garbage. Literally, there's just nowhere I want to put a landfill right now. I'm just going to leave that one there until I can figure out how to resolve all this. This is just crazy. I can't believe they put that big of a slope on a river delta. Usually by the time you get down here, you've got a serious drop. Okay, that's weird too. Why do the rivers just end out of nowhere? That's strange. What gets me is that the way the map is made, and this is a good thing for map makers to really look at terrain in real life. Maybe some rivers do this, but at least in North America, the ones I've seen, if you've got a delta and you've got a windy river, this isn't usually the kind of slope that you're going to have. This terrain is really, really sloped. And I'm not sure how high each of these terrain lines are. I'm not sure if that's... I'd have to count it. I'm not sure if there's... How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so every 10, just like the old one, we've got a heavier line, and that's useful to know. But I don't know if that's a half a meter or a full meter. If it's a full meter like the old one, this is a really steep map. And I don't understand why it's so steep. It shouldn't be. I mean, yeah, you're going to have a little bit going up to the foothills, but I mean, there's parts of California I know I've been in. You're in the Central Valley and you're at sea level, and then there's mountains on either side, but it's really flat. And in, you know, on the East Coast, you've got areas that are basically floodplain, and the river might shift and everything over time, you know, or even the Gulf Coast. That's another place where you just have, it's just flat. It really gently goes down. Like, I would have trouble building a railroad up this in any fashion that makes any kind of sense. So I don't know. There's just some things that don't make sense with this. This is just really extremely steep. Oh, I know a way we could tell how high those lines are, how far up and down. And if we go to here, all right, so 168. That's a 6.2% grade. And I'm dropping 10 meters, maybe. Well, I don't really know how many meters I'm dropping. Let's do some math and find out. I've got my calculator here. I'd bring one up on screen, but I'm sure it would mess up everything. Let's see here. Oh, existing geometry sampling. Oh, is that what I gotta do? I thought I had that on. Existing geometry. Oh, Chris, that's probably what you need to do. That's probably why it wasn't grabbing it. That is useful. I won't say. It's not intuitive. I didn't know that's what that was. And it probably would have helped to go through the tutorial. So probably after the stream, I'm going to go through the tutorial. I mean, I really, really feel flat-footed here, which is a fancy way of saying I feel stupid. Because I haven't had this. I haven't been playing around with this. I'm fiddling around with it. Normally I do go through the tutorial, and maybe I should have done that before I did this stream and, you know, gotten a feel for the game first, but I don't know. I unboxed it. I jumped into it. I really liked the original, the one that Colossal Order did for the original game was really good. Okay, so 10 meter, well, let's see, 6.2, no, I'm not doing this right, 0.062 times 160 is 10 meters. Okay, so each of these terrain lines is definitely a meter based on what we're seeing here, because 6.2% grade over 160 meters is 10 meter drop. So that's useful information to know. This here, how does that look? No, I want to see the terrain lines. I don't like the way that's, I still don't like the way that looks. I'm going to take that out and redo it. I know this is annoying, but it's something that is bugging me. Okay, I think that's about right. Slope. That is going to look a lot better when I run that up there. I'd love it if the road would just slope itself, and I thought that was part of what it would do. But we're probably going to have to wait for a mod to get that to happen the way we want it to. Alright, now I'm going to turn on this existing geometry thing here, and hopefully this will help. Might be able to go with a simpler curve here now that I've totally altered the terrain. Alright, you know what we're going to do. Yeah, no, it doesn't need to be like that. Alright, do a complex curve here. Smoother. Alright, soften that up some. Yeah, okay, I can live with that. That's not how I would have liked to have done it. Okay, thank you, Chris Cullen, for figuring out that whole issue I was having with it not connecting to stuff. Appreciate it. Alright, and you know, I think I need to do this instead. I don't know. I'll worry about that later. I don't need to develop that right now. Alright, so one of the things that I'm a big proponent of... Oh, man, I'm going to build all this up here, and I'm not going to have any schools or anything. Alright, so one of the things I'm a big proponent of is keeping things compact. And this is not going to keep it compact. Also, I'm a big proponent of using the street grid to move your traffic around instead of trying to use highway, which is why I'm really anti-urban highway in the first place. But especially when I start off in a map that already has a bunch of highway on it. I really want to get rid of this highway, and maybe I just will. You know, I really could do that, couldn't I? How far does that go? It goes all the way to the edge. It's kind of weird to me that they didn't just make it so that I could set up my own road and set up my own outside connection, and then as I buy squares, we'll just I have to extend that. And then, you know, when I get to the edge of the map, well, it does, you know, I just can't extend it anymore. I mean, that would make sense to me. I'm kind of surprised that's not how they made the game. I actually kind of assumed that that's what they did when I saw how all that worked. It's kind of strange. So anyway, I'm going to build this city over here on this island, and I'm probably going to run out of money doing it. but I'll have a little more control over everything. So let's not do existing geometry anymore. Zoning cell length, 90-degree angles, guidelines are good. Zone grid is okay. And I'm going to create a grid, I think. Yeah. And we're going to start up here. And we're going to make it a little bigger. We're going to start with 192. Why is that an 89-degree angle? I must... Oh, that's not what I want with the zoning tool. 192. And this should be roughly... Okay. I want to do... Is that... How high is that? Okay, 192. How long is this one? Oh, that's a kilometer. I don't want to do that. I'm not sure what I think about this zoning tool either. This grid tool. Now, why is that not... Why is that a gap? You know what? I'm going to redo that. So that's going to drive me crazy. Okay, I don't like that it doesn't tell me how far I am past a kilometer when I get to... I want meters the whole way. Okay, so we want to go in multiples of 192 times 8, 192 times 4, 768. Oh, why doesn't it hold that? That doesn't make any sense to me either. 768. And now I can't find 768. All right, you know what? Forget that. $768. Right there. There we go. Another 768. Because we can't just go 1,920 kilometers. 68, there we go. Alright, I'm just going to take it that far. Now next, I'm going to run this at a 90 at 192. Hopefully this will be proper. That looks good. Can't see the numbers. Guys, you gotta make it so I can see the numbers. The numbers are important to me. Why is it 184 across? That's weird. Yeah, to get a zone, get a grid the size you want is not the easiest thing. I actually would rather have this go the other direction. But I can't tell if that's the center or not. And it won't tell me. I don't want that anymore. Okay. Yeah, I'm not used to the 6 grid. I can live with it though, it's fine. I just have to get used to the distances here. Well, that's nice. I really don't want these here. And I'm probably not going to put that there just yet. Alright, so that is... yeah. Alright, we're going to get rid of that part of the grid here. We'll deal with that another time. You're not going to work with that just yet. I just want to get a flat baseline here of stuff. Okay. And I'm going to put commercial along here. And I'm going to put... oh, low rent housing. Oh, we could have some fun with that. Do we have any demand for low rent housing? Probably. Probably not, actually. If office, though. Yeah, let's just make this the pollution-free zone. Put some offices there, and we'll see how big those get. And, you know, we're just going to go with a medium density over here, too. Yeah, we'll work on the other side of the street in a minute here. Yeah, let's see what it does. We probably need more electricity over here. So a transformer station might be kind of nice. Where to put it that I won't regret later. Although, no, it looks like I could be okay without it. Let's just see what happens. And I've got water. I should have water. Let's hope I have water. Let's just see what happens. They don't like the air pollution. I don't know what that just was there. They might have disappeared for some reason because I marooned them. Oh, I've got a cut right there. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed how steep this map was. All the crime. How could there be that much crime? Okay, let's look at the budget here. Let's see what's going on. We don't have any subsidies going on. We have lots of service upkeep, but we're not getting a breakdown of that, are we? We have a lot of service trade. So services, let's see the upkeep here. The budget for roads is very small. The budget for electricity is quite large. Healthcare is expensive. What are we, America? Yeah, it gets fees. Well, it is American after all. Maintenance and resources. Now, how much are we utilizing the healthcare that we have? Let's see. Where is my healthcare? Healthcare. There it is. Operating district. We don't need that. Why? Oh, I only have 6 patients. Yikes. Well, that's not very many. Why don't we try knocking this down? Because it would really save us some money. I don't know if this is going to have a detrimental effect. If you've seen more money, less traffic, you know that it very well might. Let's go to 50% on that. Garbage management. I'm not going to worry about that. Healthcare and death care. I don't have a budget for death care. Education and research, fire and rescue, police administration. All right, so these don't seem like they're unreasonable here. I don't know. Well, it's going to be fall and winter here soon. All right, so I got a lot of students, but not a lot of students. Let's see if there's any fun upgrades we can get here. Incinerator plant. Hey, that would be great. I really don't want to. Oh, recycling center would be even nicer, probably. Healthcare. We've got hospitals already. Oh, I see. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Water treatment plant. I really think I want to do that one. Police. A fire station might be nice down the line here. I'm not going to worry about public transportation just yet. Parks. Yeah. A college. That would probably be a good idea at some point, but I'm not very big. Let's go with the recycling plant. How many more of those we've got? Did I buy the gas plant? Yes, I did. Roads, roundabouts. Really, I gotta unlock that? That's weird. I will take that. I don't want parking. Not building any more parking. Water, electricity. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so what's going on over here? Not enough customers. Really? How could there not be enough customers? You were fine a minute ago. All right, so this is building slowly. How is my demand? I have... Okay, so another thing I'm not really fond of is I can't hold this over here and have it tell me what's going on. It's not really giving me anything. Waiting for a hearse. Did I get crematoriums? I did not. Hey, let's go get a crematorium, because I don't want to deal with that either. Crematorium. Unlock. Let's do a crematorium here. I don't want to put that there. I'm going to put it somewhere over here more. I really like to be able to see the... Oh, here we go. Somebody listened before I even spoke. I like that. All right, that'll work. I don't feel like that's exactly where I want it. And again, oh man, that's a lot of parking. I get that you're going to have that in the suburbs and certain cities, but that's a lot of parking. That's a lot of asphalt and concrete right there. Not really a big fan of that. Not enough customers. I don't really know what to tell you guys. Smog is unbearable. Let's see what the pollution looks like. Pollution, where is pollution? Disaster control, fire and rescue, education, administration. Pollution. Oh, land value. Oh, I kind of like the old way better. So, well, that's cool. I've got some valuable land over there. I've got some valuable land over here. The terrain isn't really telling me anything, though, which is kind of weird. Oh, I see. It's just very, very hard to see. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. I'm getting a little bit of land value. Probably should put some parks in, because building land value really helps with revenues, I would think. Fire and rescue. Do I have good coverage? Well, that's good. I would say that's pretty good. Healthcare coverage. Healthcare availability is not great, is it? Probably because I cut the budget so bad. Fire rescue coverage. It's green most places. That's good. Okay, I'm happy about that. Education. That looks like it could be a better centralized thing. That's the network color. Okay, the building color is telling me that these guys over here are getting educated. That's nice to know. What is their... Oh, that's just telling me that where they are. I don't have any transportation. Where's the traffic view here? Is there a traffic view? Like, I want to know what my traffic flow percentage is. Oh, here it is. Traffic. Alright. Traffic volume. Okay. Let's look at volume. So we've got some volume going across. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to take out that highway, wasn't I? That is something I could actually consider doing at this point. I don't know how many cars are on this highway. Not a lot. Maybe I could solve my customer problem. That would be kind of cool if that was in the game. Let's see your electricity consumption. So I'm importing 6.6 megawatts. I'm producing 0. How many megawatts do I get out of my own power plant? A gas power plant gives me 250 megawatts. I don't really feel like I need to build anything right now, except for more city. Well, let's see here. And there's not really an ideal place to start building a lot of industry. Alright, so let's redevelop this over here. This is not a very successful neighborhood anyway. Okay, so it lets me do that. That's cool. We're going to congest that up. And probably pollute these neighborhoods downwind really well. What is this guy's from? Oh, abandoned. Why? They were unhappy because of the noise pollution. Well, that's a real bummer. And that one's abandoned. Why is it abandoned? No. It doesn't really tell me. Not enough customers. See what happens now. Okay, so they don't like my healthcare, but I'm losing less money. Yay. Alright, let's increase healthcare here. I'm going to check the chat here in a second. This is not... Oh, my lord. That's way too much. Fine. We'll run that. I really don't understand how I'm supposed to get better taxes. I guess I have to increase the tax rate. 10% is kind of high already. Well, let's see what happens when I increase taxes by a couple percent. Still not enough. Still not enough. Yay. Well, that's great. I am only spending $45,000, whatever this is, a week, a month, whatever, an hour on, Okay, so that's getting bigger now. That's nice. I'd really like to get a bigger city going here, but I really want to have my budget balanced much better than I have right now. I think I need to build a park. Let's build a park here. Plenty of benches. Small park. How big is a small park? Very small. We put one right here. A small plaza, a small playground, a dog park, a campfire site. Okay. So this makes it really hard for me to tell what actually matters to me. It just constantly boop, boop, boop. And I don't know if it's a big deal or not. It's hard to tell. Alright, I've got that. And now I've got some more low residential demand. Alright, let's see if we can do something with this over here. I'm gonna just try to build a road over here that connects this up a little more, except for that I don't really want it to be that steep. That's steep, man. How else could I build this? Could build it down the hill. That's not really ideal either. Let's do a little sculpting here. Hey, come on. So I find myself using the slope tool much more often to get what I want. Nope, not that one. I couldn't have built that in the old game. I also can't really tell when I'm using a curved tool versus a not curved tool. That's a little frustrating sometimes too. Let's do a little more sculpting up here because I just don't feel like I can really use this land. Now why doesn't that soften it away? Soften it. It's a little better. I don't really find that land to be all that useful yet, though. Oh, how steep was that? Okay, 3% I can do. I can do 3%.
Hey, buddy, those sure are nice shoes.
Thanks, they're Wofford's.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take them off, let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful leather.
Soft and strong.
They fit like a glove.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, wait, where are you going with my shoes?
Oh, that's 10% grade.
They sure are.
I don't like that.
This girl busts in line and starts filling up her drink, and she don't look at me like it's on. So I do a full body curve like, and she's like, and I say, y'all it.
6.4 I can deal with, but I don't want that. Not used to the bulldozer tool being in the wrong place either. That will take a little getting used to. Alright, let's see what happens here. It's better. And I'm going to move this over here. And then I'm going to soften this terrain a wee bit. That's not quite on the target. Trying to follow, survey lines that are imaginary. Hey, that's not bad. That's not good there. What gives with that, man? I have to sculpt the terrain for everything, don't I? Work, work, work. Okay. Nice 5% grade is good. Soften that back up. Trying to just follow the terrain a little bit here. Okay, I don't want it to do that anymore. 96. Would be very nice. Whew. That's a doozy. Alright, so that's going to be a separate little enclave right there. 192. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting I can do this now. Used to having to go one at a time. Okay, that's good. Okay. What are my options for transportation when it comes to water? Cargo ship facilities. I think because I'd really like to have a seaport. It's not under roads. It's under transportation. Boats. Seaways. Cargo harbor. Oh my. That's quite large. It's quite a lot larger than I expected it to be. Oh, well, what do you know? Whew. Wow. Well, that's not how I expected that to look. Ooh, and that's really bad. How much did that cost me anyway? I don't even know. I didn't even pay attention to the cost. Oh, only $500,000. Well, credits, whatever. Okay, let's look at the chat. Option turn off and gameplay options. Oh, so people are putting their thoughts on the Steam Workshop now. What are my thoughts on CS2 so far? Oh, somebody is asking me about CPU and all that stuff. It's all in the description, guys. It's all there. So please look there because I can't even remember half the time. And I'm a techie, but I just don't follow it that close. If you look in the description of the live stream, I've got my hardware specs right there. It tells what my GPU is, tells what my CPU is, tells all this stuff. And I don't have a really big enough city to even really care about that at the moment. Man, I would really like that thing to be a whole lot better placed. I'm going to put it somewhere else temporarily. Well, that's not my fault. All right, we're going to put that there for the moment, and we're going to build a spot for it. Okay, so my thoughts on CS2. First off, it feels very different from the original game. This actually is not like picking up City Skylines and like, oh, I know the interface. This is going to be simple. It is actually much more complicated than that. To give you an example, all of these tools here are really handy, but, you know, I feel like they could be better. Some of them, they could be a little more intuitive, feel a little better. There's not really a tactile response to the way the game feels. Like when I'm trying to perhaps follow a grid line, like, you know, I'll give you an example. It's not like it's an easy lock. And the other thing too is even when you have toggle the snap to the zone grid, you know, it doesn't really make it easy. Snap to zoning cell length. It's just not always easy to follow all that stuff. Snap to guides can be good. Actually, I find that that's probably about the same, but it doesn't, you don't feel it. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't feel it. Maybe somebody else will be able to put their finger on it better than I will be able to, but it just doesn't feel the same. The other thing is there's a lot more of these options, and it takes a little bit to get used to what works. Like I messed with this bridge over here. I was just trying to connect to the end of it and work my way up the hill. And I didn't have snap to existing geometry checked. Somebody pointed that out, and then it probably would have helped me immensely. It seems like I've had a lot less of those issues once I turn that off. I do like that the terrain lines show up when you turn that on, and that the option is right here. That's really cool, the contour lines. That's fantastic. I'm really glad that the YouTubers who are in the beta test went to the mat for that one, because I would be lost without it. Now, I don't. The other thing I'll say too is it's going to take a little bit to try to figure out where everything is, because you know the icons are a little bit different. They're a little, I don't know. It's kind of weird. The game itself is less cartoony, but the controls are more cartoony, which is kind of weird. But I'd rather go that way than go the other way. The other thing too, I'm going to find myself missing a whole lot is, yes, it's going to be great to be able to put a park down. I want my park life. The other thing too is I'm not fond of all the parking on all the models. I've been thinking about that a lot as I see everybody's stuff. If you just look at these low density commercial, low density commercial does not mean lots of parking. I don't know what high density commercial is going to look like, if it's going to have a lot of parking or not, but I'm not really, I think there's just way too much parking in this game. I mean, this is what, a high school? And yes, in suburban high schools, you'd have a lot of parking. This isn't even hardly even getting used based on how many people are there. And that's the reason why old-fashioned high schools in urban neighborhoods won't have that much in the way of parking, because people are going to take the bus. They're going to walk to get there, or ride a bike or something, and they don't have bicycles in the game. That's a whole other thing I'm not too worried about right now. This is what, an elementary school, and I don't like that the buildings, I want the buildings to be separate of the decoration. I want to be able to lay all this out myself. I want Overcharged Egg to be happy. I want Joy Build cities to be happy. And even though City Planner pretends he's not a detailer, he's a better detailer than I am in a lot of ways. Because he's designed these projects. He's seen what the landscape architects and the building architects have come up with, and he's pretty good at that. Better than me for sure on that. And his cities, in a lot of cases, look prettier. The anti-aliasing could be a whole lot sharper, and maybe I could just change that in the settings right now. Let's see what happens if I go to anti-aliasing graphics. Anti-aliasing quality. Let's try FXAA. That was a pretty nice anti-aliasing method. It does look a little better, but it still doesn't look quite like I'd like. And I don't know if I'm going to affect performance too much. I don't have a very big city. I'm also really not sure I'm into the tools for, I don't know. I need to get a feel for this game more, to understand the economy better. I like that I can trade for electricity. Yay, okay, that's great. I like that I can trade for electricity and not have to build a power plant, an expensive power plant right away, because I'm spending, I don't even know how often this money is going out the door. But I'm bringing in, a fair amount of money, 350,000, and I'm spending 43,000 on electricity. Now if I were to build my own power plant, which I have a couple of options, I bought one of those, I'm not consuming anywhere near enough electricity. Where's my electricity here? Electricity, I am importing 8.7. I'm consuming a little more than that. I'm consuming about 12%, 12 megawatts. I could build a 20 megawatt coal power plant, which actually that might be worth the while at this point. And it's going to cost me 70,000 a month in upkeep. That's kind of high. It's going to cost me a lot more to build a gas power plant. I should probably build a coal power plant, though. Let's be honest. And I'll do that. And the other thing too is, I need to go through the tutorials. Like I just jumped in and I started playing with this, and I thought, oh, this is going to be easy. And I'm finding it actually feels very foreign. It's not as easy as I expected. I really like that I don't have to lay water pipes and power lines. Actually, I never really had to worry about power lines. Power lines, I really never worried about much at all, beyond a certain point in the game. But water pipes, it's great. They're right under the streets where they belong, and that's great. I think that it's a little... Okay, so back to the budget thing. For services, I feel like roads... I'm only spending $4 grand on roads every month. That's not right. That can't be. Maybe if they're brand new, but over time they get more expensive. But the thing is they're not expensive at all. Look at all the roads I have. I have all this extra infrastructure. It's just sitting there. It's not doing anything for me, and that bothers me. I'm also not crazy about how. Okay, so this is weird to me that. Just go to the edge of the map and then it just ends. That's it. There's like no detail beyond the map. I don't know why that is. I mean, I'm fine with it if that's how they want to build their game. That works for me. It makes it for a little better horizon than what we'd have at the edge normally. Might be bad for 81 tilers. I don't know. But I mean, if that's where the road ends, like this right here, why do we have to have any roads to begin with at all? Why can't we just build everything that we want from the get-go and just build to the edge? And then when we buy more squares, well, then we can push that road out so we can maintain that outside connection. And I think that's a pretty realistic way of handling things. But that's not how they did it. They still have you starting with a freeway. And in this case, this map here kind of sucks because this freeway blocks up my waterfront. Like it runs on the water almost. Actually, I think it does run on the water right here. So that's kind of annoying. Yeah, so those are my thoughts. Now, on the other hand, I have been playing some games like Ostriv and Workers and Resources Soviet Republic a lot the last couple of years. I've probably got almost 2,000 hours in Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, and I want to say close to 200 hours on Ostriv. Ostriv is a really cool 18th century city builder. I've shown it, I thought, on live streams in the past, but I don't remember. Either way, you know, Ostriv is, with the latest alpha, it's really pretty addictive, which is cool. I don't have a college. That's why those guys aren't going to be happy. Well, that's next order of business then. So yeah, I mean, I like some of the changes, like this stuff over here. This is good. I like this. I like that this is better, but I don't like that it gives you just this really, really basic breakdown, and maybe they're going to improve that because that's one of the last few things that they needed to change. So they don't like that the taxes are high. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I have to figure out some of that. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of detail in this game that didn't exist before in the old one. And I think that there's a lot of improvements that they've made over the old one. I think that the weather is really obnoxious. Like, I mean, this is cool. The clouds, I like what they do to the sky. But let's be honest, I don't spend a lot of time looking at the sky in the old one. And we had cube maps, we could replace that. That was, you know, fine. I'm really not worried about the sky. If I can turn this off and get more performance out of it down here, I'm going to do it. If I can turn the weather off altogether and just have it be sunny and daytime all the time, that would be ideal. Because I know that each one of these raindrops being simulated is probably an agent or probably some 3D model that has to be animated, and this thing is already pretty graphics heavy. Now, I haven't had any problems with the graphics, but I also only have 2,200 citizens and a lot of problems that I'm trying to figure out how to solve because I don't understand the balance of which zones I need. So right now I'm going to be a little grumpy because I'm really not used to the game. I'll be completely honest. And it's going to be a whole lot easier for me to play with this off camera because, you know, then I can spend some time being really, really thoroughly perfect with everything. Okay, now why did that just go down? Did that just collapse on its own? Oh, it must have burned down. Huh. Is that what happened? It collapsed due to lack of maintenance. Okay, well that makes sense. It didn't get reused. But that's not really the way the game works in the first place anyway most of the time, so I don't understand why it's complaining about like that. Maybe they've got something going on up their sleeve. I have no idea. Anyway, it's also really kind of annoying to build a grid, especially if you want it to be a specific size. If you want a random grid, hey, you know, you've got the grid tool, and that's fine, but it won't follow my grid lines, like right over here. I'm gonna just show you guys. Okay, so I can pull it out here, and I'm like, oh, I want to go 192 meters, and I click, and then I move, and then if I'm lucky, it'll stay there, but it doesn't. It really doesn't stay there. Now I can get it to follow here, which is nice. Some of it it'll follow. But I mean, you see what I mean. It's reluctant to do what I really want it to do. And I can move it closer and maybe get a better result. Okay, so I can get what I want right there. But if I move it into 192, then yeah, I mean, like if I'm going to make a grid, you know, if I pull this out here, I really feel like if you really want to help me make a grid, that you'll follow the lines that are already there first off, because I might be expanding a grid. And all it takes is one thing to throw it off and it won't do it anymore. It's like, that doesn't help me. And I think I'll have the same problem over here. So I want a bigger grid than I might otherwise want. And it's trying to do its own thing. And I don't want it to do that. I don't want the grid to run that direction. I want it to run this way. And I don't know how to get it to do that. Maybe if I come from this direction. I think that's what I already did. I didn't do it that way. Alright, so I come out here and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, see, I mean, it's just going to do the same thing every time. Yeah, and I don't know that those are 192 meters apart. It is following what I've got there so far, but I think that looks a little wider. I can't tell. That's hard to say. Yeah, that's different. That's not what I want. So, you know. Well, that's kind of nice. Yeah, and the bulldozer tool is a little weird too. Just so you know. Now that might have been somewhat... No, it shouldn't be my fault. Yeah, because I measured this out. That should be exactly right. I should be able to get the length of block that I want, but I really can't set it, and there's no way to set it. So here's... Okay, so one of the things I want to talk about is mods. Oh yeah, Evan Leibovich, I agree about the frank evaluation of CS2 that I've seen so far by Cities by Diana. Good channel, go check it out. She does a lot of different things that I can't help but say that the lampooning is entertaining, some of the stuff that she does. So anyway, yeah, check her out. She's a totally different kind of channel. Not the kind of thing that I usually do, for sure. I like to have some fun myself, but just in a different way. Anyway, so here's a few things I have thoughts on. And I really feel like the city is kind of dead. I mean, it is empty because it's this big and it's only got 2,000 people in it. Let's go over to this side of town. There's got to be more people hanging around over here. There's more cars in the street. Okay, so I'm got this on super high speed, and that's kind of cool. That guy driving away, that's pretty cool. So there's a lot of detail in everything. You know, like the models are nice, they're beautiful. I would really sacrifice some looks. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me that they would go for making, and maybe this is just because the game isn't finished, let's be honest. I don't think they're finished with it. Nothing tells me that they're finished with this game. Something tells me that they would really like to have had a few more months. And I wish they would have had a few more months, because I would have been happier to wait for a really polished game that maybe they had to sit around and just make marketing materials for a month because they were so done with it, or they were a month into making the next DLC or something like that. Because we know they're going to make them. It's a Paradox game. But you know, there's just a few things that I think, you know, like from a performance perspective, you know, like having the weather, not being able to turn that off, I think that's really going to kill it for a lot of people who have slow machines. Especially from a graphics card perspective. Okay, so just to give you an idea, maybe if you've hunted around and stalked me or something, you know this about me, but I'm I have an IT background. I've built software. I didn't build games. I built databases a lot of the time. But I mean, coding is coding. And when you do coding, one of the things, well, just to give you an idea of how, well, actually I did do games, come to think of it, but this is back in the 90s on a Trash 80. You have to be really old to know what a Trash 80 is in the first place, or an Apple II, but you've probably seen one in a museum, especially the Apple II, because those were famous. But those are what I grew up around, is Apple IIc, Apple IIe, Apple II GS when I was in high school and junior high maybe. And then, you know, eventually Macs and PCs and stuff like that. But Trash 80s came along pretty early in the PC era, specialized operating system, all that fun stuff. I couldn't buy software for it, and it wasn't really a graphical computer. It was made for businesses. I had a payroll program I could use. I mean, I got it from my uncle. He ran a car dealership. And yeah, I mean, he owned the car dealership, and I think that somebody might have used it to do payroll and stuff on this computer. And so I had all this software. I had VisiCalc, which was a spreadsheet, the early forerunner of Excel and all that fun stuff. Lotus 123. And in the thing that I learned is I needed to make software if I wanted to run any. So I actually made a Wheel of Fortune program, which is really crude, but considering the graphics and everything. But hey, it worked. It was fun. And then I made a blackjack program, which didn't really use a true deck of cards or a shoe or anything like that because I hadn't, gotten that far. And I also did some statistical stuff, like I made a baseball scoreboard program, and that was the one that really pushed my computer to the edge. When you're programming and you only have 64K or 48 kilobytes of RAM, and you have 192 kilobytes of disk space on a 5 1/4 inch floppy, you learn that you really want to optimize your code for everything. And when the processor only runs at 2 megahertz, not 3.2 gigahertz or 400 megahertz or something like that. These are old computers. But you really have to optimize your code. And the same is true today. To get all of this 3D stuff that we are looking at right here requires a lot of optimization. And the best way you can optimize is write in C++ and keep the graphics simpler. It looks like they might, I don't know, somebody's going to have to tell me from the 3D graphics perspective, especially once we can do mods, whether, the graphics are really simpler. Because I remember one of the issues with, whether the 3D renders are easier to do, whether, I think that they increase texture sizes, which is fine. I know that will take away some processing power in the GPU. The other thing that will do it is having a bigger wire mesh, more triangles in the wire mesh. And I don't really know a whole lot about 3D graphics. I know a little, but I know that rendering all that stuff, the more triangles you've got, the more work that the GPU has to do to figure out how to render all of that and texture all of it. And when you have raindrops and you have people that are at such detail levels that they're wearing different clothes and stuff like that, I mean, I appreciate that they're trying to, put everybody in the mix and be able to see themselves in the game and make the people look like real people walking around. It is pretty cool. But when I zoom out, I don't want to have to deal with that. And I don't know if that's how that works or not. I'd be interested to know. Modders, I'm sure, are going to be able to explain all of this. Maybe we should have a conversation sometime. It'd be a fun little live stream. Get a modder on here who, once they figure out the game and they've made a few mods, I really feel like one of the first mods is going to be disable weather for performance reasons. It's going to be, change the LODs. So, or make more things LODs so that, maybe we can't see the ponytail on the motorcyclist that just went by, but we can see that there's a motorcycle and there's a person on it, and we can see that there are people walking around, but we don't see such detail that, we don't need to see. I mean, at a scene like this, a zoom level like this, yeah, I want to see all that stuff if it's okay, but I also want to be able to turn it off if it helps the simulation run smoother. I think you guys get what I mean. But anyway, if they'd written it in C++, I think that would have been great. If they made their own game engine, I think that might have been great. I don't know that Unity is necessarily, a resource killer. One of the big flaws that the first game had is it only used 2, 3, or 4 cores, I think. Maybe 4 threads tops. So if you had a beefy processor like my Intel i9 12900, which has like 24 threads, I think, or 16, I think it's 24 threads. Well, that just sucks because you're only using a fraction of the processor, and the game was really CPU intensive as a result of that. Now, with this game, the new Unity engine that they're using, it doesn't have that limitation. They can use all the threads you could throw at it. It requires more work for the framework underneath it to use, though. The game engine has, more details it has to sort through in order for those threads to not, collapse, because sometimes you'll have parallel calculations going on in the processor. And when that happens, and you get the parallel calculations, sometimes they end up out of sync. And so things don't work the way they're supposed to. So you have to do a lot of planning. You really have to be a pretty genius to set up multi-threading. And I'm pretty sure the Unity engine makes that a lot simpler. Problem is the Unity engine is built on the .NET framework, if I'm not mistaken, or at least it allows the .NET framework to connect to it, which is fantastic for modding. Absolutely fantastic for modding. Absolutely fantastic for coding and getting things done quick, but it is absolutely not the best to optimize all the stuff that's going on in the game. And there's a lot of moving parts to a city builder game. So those are my thoughts on that. That, really, your trade-off is if you go with C++ in your own engine, or maybe an engine that you use C++ to work with, you get more performance, but it takes more time, takes more money to build, and it takes more geniuses to build and plan out all the stuff that's going on in the simulation so that things take place in an orderly fashion enough that you don't end up with money coming out of somewhere that you don't understand where it's coming, and you don't have people, being in 2 places at once, and all sorts of unintended consequences happen. In a simulation, I imagine it's not easy to pull off. But a simulation game is honestly the best place I can think of to run parallel tasks, parallel threads. But on the other hand, if you do not .NET, it's easier to build, easier to mod, all the other fun stuff. So those are the trade-offs there that you have, but you lose performance in a lot of that too. So it's a kind of a catch-22. And that's probably part of the reason why the developers are having such a hard time, because I'm sure they're learning on a whole new thing too, because this is an 8-year jump, well, at least a 5-year jump, I would say, in what they had with the old game and to what they have now. And that's not the only thing. I mean, before you can even write any of this code, you have to model how is the economy going to work. And they might have modeled that all out, but there might be bugs because, well, we missed this little detail here. And so when this happens, they're supposed to, decrement somebody's wallet or increase, somebody's revenue or something like that. And when that doesn't happen, well, then you end up with, the kind of things that you saw in some of the early access videos where they lost. The city suddenly was starting to lose money, and it's because they changed the economic model somewhere, or they missed a line of code, or they missed a bug, or a semicolon, or something like that. You'd be amazed at how big of a deal a semicolon can be. So there's a lot of things. I'm kind of wondering how much modders are going to want to touch it beyond a certain level. I think they're going to find a way to turn off the weather really quick. I think they're going to find ways to optimize the graphics at somewhat reasonable time. I think, I haven't had a chance to get into this enough yet, but I think TMPE, something like TMPE is going to be coming pretty quick too. I'm sure the guys that made that probably have had the game for the last few weeks, at least, and maybe months, and they've probably been mulling in their head, well, here's how I would change this and how I would write that and how I would, and I need a designer to help me figure out the interface part for this. And they've probably already got that in the works. So I don't think that we're going to be very long. As long as CO gets us and Paradox gets us the Paradox mods thing. Now here's another thing, talking about Paradox mods. I saw the kerfluffle that erupted, and I don't understand why PR has been such a hard thing for Colossal Order or Paradox. It's almost like Paradox has never launched a game before. I kind of want to put this more on Paradox than Colossal Order a little bit. I mean, Colossal Order, they're the geeky side and the idea side. They're not necessarily supposed to be all about the marketing. I would think that Paradox would sort of shepherd them through that, since they're the publisher. But, you know, I've not worked in a game studio before, so I don't really know for sure. But I could say that their PR has been kind of dismal. And so, guys, try to lay off a little bit. Colossal Order has been pretty awesome. And let's be honest, this looks pretty cool. There's a lot of things they need to deal with and a lot of stuff we could mod, but this game looks so much better than Cities Skylines 1. It doesn't work better yet, but it looks so much better. And some of us are fussing because we're not used to the feel of this game. We're used to the feel of the old game or some other game. You know, like lately I was playing Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic last night. I was playing Ostriv most of the time the last few weeks. I haven't really messed with Cities Skylines 1 a whole lot in a while. And I just started playing Cities Skylines 2 today. And some of this seems familiar and some of this seems uncanny valley. It's really kind of the way it feels. And it's going to take a while for us to get out of the uncanny valley of, well, this feels familiar, but it's totally foreign. This is a new game. So try to lay off the developers. I'm sure they're doing the best job they can. The marketing people, I have the bigger bone to pick with them. Now, maybe they're just not used to dealing with this kind of a game. Maybe they're not dealing with this kind of... I don't know. I'm not really sure. I would think that gamers are... I don't know. I think the gamers in the Cities Skylines community are typically some of the most laid-back, kind, forgiving, wonderful people I've ever met. I mean, I'm amazed at how many people there are. But there are also a lot of kids in this community. Some of them are 14-year-old boys or girls. And especially the boys, you know, that's... I was a 14-year-old boy. I wasn't always the most patient. And, you know, and they might be blunt. Kids are blunt. I like that at the right times. The PR people probably weren't, I don't know, maybe some of the creators even on YouTube are having trouble dealing with some of that. But, I mean, just keep in mind that there are kids in this community, and we don't know who they are. You know, some guy, you know, Fido123 on Reddit might be a 38-year-old dude. It could be a 25-year-old girl. It could be a woman. It could be a 13-year-old boy. You know, we don't really know. And there's no reason why they should tell us or that we should believe them if they did. So try to be patient and kind in the community. But, you know, definitely I do think that it is worth holding. You know, I think it's worth expecting Colossal Order to come through here. I think they will, but I really hope Paradox, especially the bean counter side of people, things that they will back off of the developers and the designers and let them do their work and let them do it well. I really wish they'd done it before it released, but they didn't. What can I say? But from I don't know. I have lots of thoughts on all of this stuff, and I'm not sure if I'm expressing them in the most organized way possible. There's just a few things that I feel like they should have done a little different. And a few things that I think will get fixed, either by mods or by the developers themselves. Now, I think the modders, I think that modding is honestly the thing that made CS1 work. I don't think that if Colossal Order and Paradox had been anti-mod, I think we would have been in trouble in Cities Skylines 1. I don't think it would have made it because, and I came in, I wasn't around for the Cities Skylines 1 launch. I wasn't around for that. I didn't even know the game was happening. And I didn't find out about it until maybe a year later. And so a year of refinements had gone by. And by the time I got my hands on it, I was coming from SimCity 4. I hadn't been playing any other city builder but SimCity 4. This game was so cool. And it revolutionized the city builder genre. It actually rejuvenated the city builder genre. Now, Cities Skylines 2, it's coming out hard. You know, I feel like it was rushed. And Bean Counter said, hey, we've got shareholders to please. We got to get those pre-orders to pay off before they start pulling some more of them or something. I don't know what they were thinking. But I would have, I think they'll stay the course. I think they'll fix this stuff, but they got to have the resources. They got to have the time. If you are skeptical of this game and you're thinking of whether I want to buy it or not, I don't know what to tell you right now, except for go get it on Game Pass. I think that's the best move because it's like the lowest level of commitment. And get a feel for it. Give it some time, give it a chance, and see what happens, because that's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm finding this to be as addictive as I'd hoped it would be. I couldn't get enough of City Skylines 1 when I started playing it. But I also went through the tutorial, and I'm going to do that once I get off of this stream. But, you know, it's yeah, that's just, you know, what I'm thinking there. I hope some of that makes sense. I guess I'm going to look in the chat and find out here. And I have to change a setting because I'm afraid. Yeah, I can't even go off of that. I need so bad to have the edge scroll turned off. Edge scrolling. Edge scrolling. And maybe, hopefully now, I can get out of... Oh, and now I'm trying to edge scroll and it's not working. I wonder why. Let's go to a different part of town. Ooh. That's like the busiest part of town. I mean, that looks like a real gas station right there. We did not have that. So, I really feel like they've got some good stuff in the works, but it's just not here yet. Alright. And I can't get off of my screen. This is really frustrating. Full screen? Let's do full screen windowed. Nope, still can't get off. That's really frustrating. Okay. Maybe I'm going to have to just pull it up on my phone. I don't know. I really want to see what the chat has to say here. I want to see what your experiences are on here too. Let me find my live. Oh, look. We have 67 watching. Okay. And now I'm going to hear myself. Okay, let's see your live chat. Hit the Windows key. Yeah, if I give it focus to Windows, then I end up having all of my windows jumble all over the place and I won't be able to see anything again. That's the reason why I'm not doing that, Chris. I appreciate the thing. I mean, if I was in 4K mode, it would be great, but I'm not running it at 4K. You know what? Why don't we try that? Let's go to 4K and we'll see what the performance level looks like. This isn't that big of a city, but it would be pretty handy. We'll do this, and hopefully it won't mess up OBS. Keep changes. Sharper on my end. No. Oh, are you kidding? Okay, this is not like the other game. This is like totally hogging all of it. Yeah, I can do that, but it... I can... Okay, Chris. Sorry, that isn't working. I wish it was. To hit the Windows key and give focus to Windows. If I do that, it just wants to kick me. I don't know why that is. I have to fiddle with this off stream. So let's see here. Go make a center. I'm tired of game devs releasing half-baked games. Yes, I'm with you, Chris Freeman. Yes, I hope the performance issues get fixed too. But hopefully the you know, what are you gonna do? Anyone else get a weird flickering effect on a bunch of the objects? You're probably dealing, Matt Drew, with anti-aliasing issues. So fiddle with the anti-aliasing settings. You might not even have any turned on because I get a lot more flickering when I do that. Let's move around a little bit and see. Yeah, it's looking much better right now. But I have the anti-aliasing turned up quite a bit. I did not start playing City Skylines 1 the day it was released. And so I can't really give you an apples-to-apples comparison. I don't know if I've really ever been on any game except for this one on release day. I can't really think of one. I've played some in early access, like Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic, and Ostriv. Ostriv's not even in beta. It's in alpha. So they don't even have a lot of the guts of the game built. But what I see so far is I really like it. It's pretty awesome. I have been lost in Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. I love the management aspect, but there's a lot of other aspects to that game that are pretty cool. That's a challenging game and well worth... You will find yourself a little bit Tetrised in the head. I don't know if you guys know what the Tetris effect is. It's when, you're kind of fall asleep and you're dreaming, or even when you're awake, you're dreaming about how to solve the puzzle, how to make lines and stuff in Tetris, or if you played Tetris 64 and Nintendo 64, you made boxes and not just lines as well. But you're trying to fit everything together. You're trying to, make it all fit and work together. I don't feel like I ever got that with City Skylines as much, although I might with this one as I try to figure out how to, how to balance out the economy enough so that I have enough jobs and I have enough residents. It's probably going to be a moving target though. So, but right now I need to just get mastery over the map so that I end up with stuff not in the way, like a freeway or a city grid that I don't want. So I've been lost though in Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. That game is really fantastic. It's gotten more complex, but the cool thing about the complexity, and this is something I feel like would be a really great panel to have in City Skylines too, is to be able to turn stuff off. It's really useful to be able to turn off entire modules of the game. There's a realistic mode in the game. You don't have to play it that way. There's all sorts of features in that game, like, you have to make sure that the people have heat or they die or they move away. You have to make sure you have to have housing. If they don't have enough for them to move into, well, then they escape your republic and they go live in City Skylines or something. And they get stuck in traffic, driving a car instead of riding the bus to work or the train. There's all sorts of facets to it. And they've continually improved the game little by little, and I've been hooked on it for 2,000 hours. You can't do that in just like a month or two. Not healthy anyway. And I will say that game did give me. I was so captivated by it even before I even realized I really loved it. I thought I hated that game, but I think a lot of it was the reason why I hated some parts of it was just because it wasn't explained well. And there was a YouTuber, B-Baljo, who maybe he's lurking around here somewhere. He has made some great tutorials that really helped making it a lot easier. So I've learned how to play that game. I love that game. I got to get back into it again because they've added some more stuff for the last few months, but they're close to going to launch. And they're in a really great spot for that. Their engine runs smooth, their gameplay is smooth, the graphics work well. I mean, I'm on a beefier machine, and so that probably helps. I'd really like it if it didn't rain like Ohio on this map. But anyway, thing is it's going totally where I would love to see it go, and it's already a great game. This game is probably going to be a great game. I don't know where it is right now, but there's a few things I would like to change, and I think that the modders are probably going to feel the same way about some of these things, and they're going to try to figure out how to tweak it. They probably already have figured out how to tweak it. They just can't put it up anywhere. And my Paradox Mods comment that I was going to make earlier, I'm glad they're going to make their own mod platform, all that stuff like that, but I do worry that they don't realize what they're getting themselves into. Being an old techie, I realized that back in the day, Microsoft, whenever they did all their updates, I mean, they had millions and hundreds of millions, if not billions, of customers to update computers for. They didn't they farmed out their data center, And I'm really hoping that there's not some poor lone voice in the wilderness saying, well, we're going to design Paradox mods, or we're going to have Paradox design Paradox mods, but it's going to flop because we're not going to have the bandwidth to be able to, the capacity to be able to serve all that download and all that upload. Well, mostly it's going to be download. Everybody's going to be out there looking for buildings and assets and mods and stuff like that, and they're not going to be able to get them because it's going to collapse. So I hope that's not prophetic. I hope that they're building for that, and maybe they're partnering with somebody like an Amazon or a Conxion type, because Conxion is the one Microsoft used, and I'm not sure if they still do or not. But either way, it wasn't even a little thing for Microsoft to serve all that, and they made operating systems. So Valve has been at this for a long time, and that's why Steam Workshop was so effective. I don't think that Steam Workshop is the greatest way to go. I'd rather have control of it myself for my own titles and be able to deploy them on any platform, whether it's Mac, PC, console, whatever. I don't care. I want that. And so I think that the Paradox mods thing is probably the better way to go. But I think I would have had it ready to go a year ago, not now. And so I'm a little concerned. So when the mods open up, don't get too excited right yet, because I predict there will be problems. Especially, unless the game really flops hard to begin with. But I don't think that a flop at the beginning is necessarily a flop forever, because there are going to be people who are going to dust this game off and they're going to play it, or there's going to be people who are going to play it, hardcore all through this, through the tough times, and say, the city planner tells stories and explains how the planning world works, and a lot of the political considerations and stuff that happen. All that's something he's still going to do, and he's going to use this game to do it. And so there's going to be guys like him playing it. There's going to be modders. There's going to be people interested in this, because they're going to believe, I know they're going to believe, that Colossal Order is going to come through, and I think they will. And if they don't, the modders will. But the bottom line is, what I'm saying is, a year from now, this game could look completely different. We could all be hooked on it. We could all be staying up way past midnight playing this game and only getting 2 hours of sleep, if that. So we'll see. But if you didn't pre-order it, I kind of think you might have made a good choice. But I don't know. I have to see what I think about this game. It's going to take me a little while to figure it out. I love the graphics that I'm seeing right now in front of me, except for the rain. I really don't like the rain at all. I want the rain to stop. I live in Ohio. I get enough rain in real life. It's a sunny day outside, and I still have to look at rain. I don't like this at all. I want to be able to escape. I don't want to be forced into anything. This is my sandbox. And I feel like Colossal Order had made a colossal mistake in not letting us turn off the weather and make it sunny all the time, because for some of us, that's really important. Maybe it's not a big deal in Finland. It's a big deal to me. Okay, so let's see here. Conspiracy theory. I like this conspiracy theory by Evan Leibovich. Paradox pressured to have it out for Christmas shopping season. Yes, and I think this is stupid. This is dumb reasoning. I'm going to comment on this too. Why in the world do we care about Christmas? I don't go buy somebody a game for Christmas. Actually, I don't really bother with Christmas much in the first place. But the bottom line is, if I'm going to buy somebody a gift, it'll be a gift card for Steam. Maybe they'll use it. But the thing is, and then Paradox and the Colossal Order gets money. But, that's great and all. But you could just as easily, this game is a title, especially since they've rewoken the city builder genre, you don't have to worry about holiday cycles. You're marginally going to make more money. You're going to make more money with a fully baked game that launches well on launch day, that has minor hiccups, not major complaints, like not having mods. We need mods. You need mods to make this game as successful as the last one. You acknowledge that when you started talking about City Skylines 2. You've acknowledged it when you talked about City Skylines 1. Put your money where your mouth... But not put your money where your mouth is. I don't mean it like that. What I mean is, learn. Use what you've learned and make good decisions. Put use what you know to make this work. And so get mods out as soon as you possibly can, because, and it doesn't have to be perfect. I don't care if I have to load them myself. It's going to be better than what I've got right now. I don't care if I got to load them off of Steam and then switch to Paradox and figure out where all my mods went. We can make that happen. It will be fine. I'd prefer that over what this is now. We could have a really awesome game in a few weeks, or it could be a few months, depending on how long it takes for mods to happen. But I really do think that Paradox pushed a colossal order on this, and I don't think it was a very good idea. I think it's going to harm them more. It's going to hurt them. Your reputation is everything, and CO has really built a great reputation, and so has Paradox. I trusted both of them pretty well, but I definitely don't trust Paradox anymore, and I'm going to reserve judgment on colossal order. I think they've earned more than just reserving judgment. They've earned a little faith. But that doesn't mean you have to put your money into that faith. You can wait. You can try it on Game Pass and not commit so much money to it, and then you can play other games if you don't like this one yet, and then you can come back to it later, and then you can start accumulating all the mods and assets. By then, the game will probably be half the price, and you won't really have missed out on anything but, dealing with the transition. The performance issues are nuts. Yeah, I haven't experienced them yet. I will let you know. I'm sure I will be making videos and more live streams. I'm having to have a suboptimal now instead of having nothing before spring. I don't know. I'm very patient. There's other games out there. That's the other thing too, is when Colossal Order put their first game out there, it was an open playing field. There was no defense on the field. Now you've got so many city builders out there vying for people's attention, and some of them are really good. Like, honestly, Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, that's a legit game. I don't know if it's going to be for everybody, but I really like that game. It's great. I recommend it. And Ostriv, I think, is going to be a great game too. I love where that game is already. I've been hooked on it the last few weeks just because they added row houses. And the row houses that they added, I mean, you can make them fit to irregular shapes and everything. And this is the kind of stuff that I wish that they had put in Cities Skylines, and I'd hope they'd learn from, but they apparently it's just not the way they decided to do it, and I'm sure it's for a lot of design reasons. Just different decisions than I would have made. It's not getting review bombed, says Blake. It is not in a great state at the moment. All should not have been released. Yeah, I agree. Meta Samsara. I was gonna. Oh, so they lowered the price. I didn't even realize that. I don't really think that okay, so I have to disagree with Meta Samsara about that the model of DLCs was being predatory through CS1. They did give us content, and they sold us content too, and I think that they had every right to do that. I really agree with that model. It's way better than the EA way of doing things. With SimCity 4, I never even bought that game, and I was dying for that game. I was paying attention to that, but I wasn't like, I didn't have anybody that was interested in watching my YouTube channel at the time. I mean, I didn't really have one at the time. And I didn't have a game to share and explain, hey, here's how you get more out of the game. But, they were going to sell, basically, okay, so you could get the hospital or you could get a school, but if you wanted to be able to expand it, that was a paid for feature. It wasn't even DLC. You had to pay real money to do things in the game. And I've played games like that, and it's like a never-ending string of, oh, this is so frustrating, I just need to pay so that I can do this. And that's I just feel like that's predatory, or I think it's oppressive is really what it is. And the other thing too is they probably were not going to be fond of mods. They opened wide for mods. I mean, you could add entire features of the game. Like, we did not have anything but underground metro when the City Skylines 1 came out. And then somebody came along with MOM, Metro Overhaul Mod. We had elevated metros, ground level metros, and underground metros. We had a number of stations. It was one of the best things I had ever seen done. It was awesome. That team of modders was outstanding with that. And yes, there were problems, but hey, it was a mod. What do you expect? I used that and I had great success with it. And I loved that they did that. It was a badly needed feature in the game. And eventually CO did add it to the game. I hope that they hired some of those modders so that they could, I mean, I feel like game designers with a community like City Skylines has around it would really benefit from listening to the community, because the modders will sometimes do things that you were like, oh, I should have designed it that way. Maybe you should hire that modder and keep him on staff forever, because he's got good judgment. Or she, for that matter. Oh man, thing moved on me. So let's see here. Streaming views have now jumped up to 2,300 negative reviews. That's bad. I hope there's a mod that makes a special. See, you're supposed to be able to say this is awesome, and that takes a little more time. But this sucks. Those reviews are gonna go up really fast. So we'll see what happens. Breaking traffic. Yeah, I'm still going to try to break traffic. Maybe I'll just pretend you guys aren't there and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I've already been doing that too much. It looks like some of you guys are agreeing with some of the things I'm saying here. How hot is my GPU? I'd be able to tell you if I could switch windows easily and check it, but I can't. Let me see if I hear it. It is whirring, and it usually did whir. Fans usually spun up when I played CS1 too, but I'm sure it's whirring a lot more than it was with CS1, especially with the City of 2000. Yeah, like I don't know what's going on with the mechanics of the electricity. I mean, you got to remember, I've played this for a grand total of probably 3 hours because it took forever for it to install. I played this for maybe 3 hours, and City Planner has put like probably close to 200 hours in this already. And man, can we just give City Planner a huge hand? I love that he did all that benchmarking. That's awesome. And he did all did that whole video. Please watch that video. Man, that video is great. He explains all the ins and outs of the hardware situation. Go watch that. Very authoritative work that he's done, and he really spent some money on that too. So that's probably one of the most expensive City Skylines videos ever made. So go check it out. He really did the community a huge favor there. Can't change seasons. See, I did turn off fog and clouds. Yeah, it'll be a while before we see any Pythagorean triples. Could be. Yes, I find Chirper very annoying myself. Yeah, I really would like to do more with the trades. Yes, I agree on the parking lots thing, DottyBot. They have that mechanic where you add extensions to buildings. They should have used that for parking lots. Totally agree. Yeah, and I'm glad they got rid of pocket cars, but that doesn't mean that they needed to add parking. It means that they needed to add a mechanic that told you, hey, people can't get where they want to go because there is no parking, and maybe make a mechanic where you charge for parking. Like SimCity had parking meters in it, even the original one. And I think that was really useful. You could charge people for parking, and I think that's exactly what cities did in the 1930s, starting in the 30s. That was when they invented the parking meter, and parking meter companies honestly did a huge service. It's just too bad that cities didn't push it really extra hard to really make it pay off. Honestly, they needed a better technology than they have now to really make it work, because you really need to be able to charge parking on a demand basis so that people aren't all out at rush hour. But hey, maybe, rush hour shouldn't happen either. Maybe we should be overlapped a little bit better in society. I don't know. That's a bigger issue than I can solve. It's just something I can noodle on and speculate on and philosophize about. But you know, they created off-street parking because the on-street parking ran out, and there was no way to really keep it under control so that it would be available when they needed it. And but I mean, you have lots of cities where you don't need parking for schools or apartments or businesses because people don't drive to those schools or businesses, and the truck just went through the pole. That's weird. It's kind of weird that they would decide to put light poles, especially those kind of light poles, right on the corner. That's not typically the way they build things. It's kind of weird. I'm not really crazy about the street lifestyle there either. Streetlights on the street at the intersections are actually worse than the ones that are in the parking lots. The ones in the parking lots actually make more sense. It's kind of weird. I guess the ones along the street are fine, but just, I have to figure out with the upgrade tool and all that other fun stuff. There's a lot of things I might be able to fix with that. Yes, T says, hello, was sad to see you weren't one of the beta tester creators, but glad to see you now. Yes, I was sad to see that too. Kaz Solo, is that the mighty? Hello. Cuyahoga. I wish. I'd really like an Ohio map right now, because it would be pretty easy to terrain to work with. And yes, go Browns, Kaz Solo. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't really taken my head out to look at everything. And ACAB, I answered your highlights. Let's see what happened after I started answering more questions. Are you currently in windowed borderless mode? I was in full screen. I switched to borderless windowed mode, and it didn't seem like it would let me get the mouse off. I really appreciate, Rebecca, that you offered some help there. I need to figure that out. Polsky says, in my opinion, Colossal Order should have pushed the PC release date back and released it at the same time as console. Agree. Not only would it be fair for console players, but they would have time to fix performance. Totally agree. And I think by then the game would have been fully baked and wouldn't be getting killed in Steam right now. Yeah, we don't want Colossal Order getting bombed. They don't deserve that right yet. I mean, I don't know if you guys realize this, but the salespeople and the bean counters are the ones that run this world, especially the bean counters. The bean counters have really taken over, and that's why we have the cost-cutting frenzy that we have all around the world. And it's finally sunny in the game, yay! But I mean, the salespeople are the ones that make sure that this game gets in front of people so that they get bought, and that's really, really critical to a developer of any software, but especially with games. And Paradox is not really a huge publisher, but they've got a huge title, and I think City Skylines is the biggest one they've got. And I really feel like City Skylines attracts a different demographic of gamer than a lot of other things. They're just as serious as those ones out there playing Call of Duty or Counter-Strike or whatever it is that's out there. Those first-person shooters are really popular, or whatnot. I'm not into those, but it's a different kind of gamer, honestly, I feel like, and I don't really know what that means. I'd have to sit down and really think about it more, but I feel like the expectations might be higher and the patience might be greater in some ways. I think there's going to be some people who are just not, they're just going to be pushing for sales. But that's the thing is when you're the one responsible for bringing in the people, you're the one that's responsible for bringing in the money. And when you're bringing in the money, I mean, it's supposed to be a symbiotic relationship, but for the most part, the people who can sell it are the ones that are usually in control, or the people who are in control of the sales. And that would be Paradox. And they're the ones that also go off and get investors. They don't just sell people on buying the stuff that they make, they sell investors on investing in the thing too. And that, that's not easy work. I don't want to take anything away from that, but it's completely different kind of work than the kind of work that Colossal Order does, which is make games that really, really don't suck, that really rock, and listening to their community and things like that. And there's a conflict there. And at some point, you do have to pay for the bills. But, was City Skylines not successful enough? I don't know. I feel like when you're beholden to shareholders instead of yourself, you can make some pretty bad decisions. That's just my take on it. And I feel like that's why Apple sucks now. I don't really care for Apple anymore. I used to love my iPhones and iOS, and now they can't release anything that have bugs and that I don't hate the interface of. I really miss my thumbprint ID. I hate Face ID and all the stuff on this new iPhone 14 that I've got. So yeah, anyway, those are just some thoughts. Random thoughts on tech. Yeah, see, I'd be interested in your thoughts more, Chris, on CS1, but that it was no walk in the park. I think that they'll weather the review bombs eventually. I think even the people who are review bombing it, they love this so much. That's why they're mad. And they feel a little stabbed in the back. I think the knife will come out and they will realize it wasn't even a knife. As long as Colossal Order comes through, and I think they will. But it's not really much consolation. I mean, if you're on Game Pass, just please leave it a month. Just give it a month, and just see where you're at in a month. Well, where they're at in a month. Things could change drastically. But if you feel like if they don't get the sales and they don't get the downloads on Game Pass or something like that, then I think, yeah, they're gonna, there could be cutbacks, which would suck. The support for Colossal Order could dry up some. I don't know if that's going to happen. I hope not. I don't want to see that happen because I really think they need the time. Paradox needs to give them time, and they need to give them money to have that time. I need people to teach me about Pythagorean triples. I can't wait to get back to that. They just discovered that Pythagoras, or whatever his name is, didn't discover the theory after all. Well, maybe he just, was the guy that wrote it down. Sometimes that's all that matters. That's interesting, Freak Media. I want to know more. I agree that there was pressure from Paradox, even though Seal told them they need more time. The only response, it seems, is the pushback. Yeah, I don't know. I think they should have probably done some parallel development, but I would still prioritize the PC stuff going out before the console, but at the same time, I don't know. I can charge for parking. I just happen to notice that. Let's charge for parking. Where's the policies? Policies. That's not policies. Policies? What's that? Oh, that's the underground one. How do I get the policies? Uh-oh. Wherever I am is on fire. Where are my policies? Is that over here? Oh, I can finally see ground pollution. I never really looked at that. Well, could be worse. We have air pollution. Now, something I didn't expect to see is air pollution. I didn't expect to see that left out in the original game, so I'm kind of glad they added it. Oh, hey, and what do you know? The crematorium has air pollution. That makes sense. Now, what I don't know is that commercial? It's not obvious to me. It looks like it's commercial, but I can't tell for sure. No. Yes. No. No, it's industrial. So we've got some air pollution going on here. That's nice to know. Noise pollution. Mostly where the businesses are. It doesn't seem like the residential is as sensitive to the noise as it was. Not enough customers still. High rent. How is there high rent? Seriously? See, now I can't. I guess they want more medium density residential. Are they building where I've already zoned medium density? No, they are not. Let's try. Oh, mixed housing. That's what I want. This is definitely what I want. I want mixed housing. This is another thing I was really hoping that they would take a page from SimCity on, and instead of having it, oh, you changed the zoning, oh, well, we'll tear down that building and build a new one. That's not what happens in real life. If you took an industrial, you commercial buildings turn into housing and commercial and office and back again, all over the place. You know, even industrial buildings get turned into housing and mixed use and all sorts of stuff. I don't know why. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's easier to code it this way, but yeah, I don't know. SimCity managed to do it. It looks like a phone game. I don't know if I agree with that. Sorry, Guillermo. The countdown timer and the treasure hunt. I don't remember that. But yeah. Sure, didn't help. How likely is this to run on my laptop? RTX 2060 Ryzen 7. Don't know how fast your Ryzen 7. I'm not good with AMD processors. 16 gigs of RAM is okay. 2 terabyte NVMe is good. The 2060 is definitely not going to do as well as my 3070 is on this. And I have some settings turned up a little higher. And I'm also running at 4K at the moment, I think. Yeah, this isn't Madden 2024 where they just added a new roster and charged full price again. Amen. Yeah, the Metro Depot was annoying in Mom. I have to find that policy. I'm sure you guys have already told me. High rent is usually the result of less people paying the rent in a high rent land value. So I should have. Okay, let's test that theory. Where's the land value at here? There's land value. Let's go over here. So I got building land value and map land value. And where I'm getting hit with high rent. Where is that high rent bubble at? Is this high rent? Not enough customers. No, nobody's complaining about high rent now. Now, does it tell why it was abandoned? No, it does not. Weird. That's kind of an annoying one. Oh, high rent. Oh, that's industrial. So this building occupants have trouble paying the rent. A higher zone density or different zoning might be needed. So it's industry that's paying high rent. Oh, that's weird. They should have paid. They should have bought it outright. What I find interesting is that I've actually got enough low density residential that I suppress the demand for that. That's sort of surprising to me. And I didn't really build that much of it. So there's got to be something more going on. I've seen people say that's an insatiable amount of demand for that. I'm going to play around with this city and we'll get that resolved somehow. Yeah. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Charge for street parking. You built down a parking lot. Yeah, okay, you can charge for parking. That makes sense. But I don't really want to put that in. I don't need parking lots down. Listening to. I'm glad you're enjoying my monologue, Von Hammer. Yes, I can't wait to see my tutorial for City Skylines 2 as well, Aaron. Thank you. According to Biffa, there seems to be some more themes coming soon with Paradox mods. Okay, I am sure that's probably true. I believe that. It's from... I don't want to talk out of school too much, but from what I understand, there may be some crossover with the YouTubers and the modders as far as talking to each other. I mean, they might be in the community in general, but I think even on the Colossal Order side, I think there is. And as a result of that, he may have some good inside information. Is the FPS as bad as people say on Steam? All right, so I'm streaming at 30 frames per second, and I don't really notice any lag, but I'm also running on medium settings for the most part. Let's push it, and let's go to... Oh, that's what I want. Why didn't they put that setting more obviously somewhere? All right, I'm running at 4K, depth of field disabled, global graphics quality. I'm going to go with high. And I don't want that enabled. SMAA. Now, I don't know the difference between SMAA and FXAA. I know FXAA was available if I used rendered, I think it was, in City Skylines. The clouds quality, I don't really care about that. Fog quality, I'm turning the fog off again. Volumetrics is off still. Ambient occlusion, global reflections, depth of field, motion blur. I don't want motion blur on. That's going to disable shadow quality, terrain, level of detail. I want to put that at low because of City Planner. Animation quality. I wonder how that works. If animation quality being high makes a difference. Also, I'm interested to see some of these custom settings. Adaptive dynamic, I don't know what that means. I really have to have somebody explain some of this stuff. Oh, anti-aliasing method, subpixel morphology, morphological anti-aliasing. Now, TAA was also available in Render It, and I remember it gave some really good quality. I know there's some that had ghosting and some that didn't. I think FXAA had the ghosting. No, FXAA had the moire in the buildings, and TAA had no ghosting, but it had the it didn't have ghosting. It had ghosting at the TAA had ghosting, but it didn't have the... I think I had that right. I don't know. I have to look that up. There was an advantage that, if I was doing a narrow shot, I would use, I think it was FXAA. And if I was doing a wide shot, I did TAA because it made the buildings look better. But it made the cars look worse. But if you were zoomed out, you didn't really notice it. Like when the cars would move, you'd see a ghost behind it. It looked like kind of weird. I don't really care about the cloud. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of settings in here, and I feel like somebody at Colossal Order should probably just spend some time going through what really works, maybe make a white paper out of it, and also they should just go with settings that work really well for everybody. All right, so I don't think my frames per second is great at the moment, being I'm 4K. Yeah, it's not. Like, some of the cars are really jerking around, and I'm not even at high speed here. Yeah, I'm definitely not hitting 30 frames per second here. I don't know what frames per second I'm at. I don't have any tools. I'm not very good at that like City Planner is. Let's speed up the sim and see what happens. So a lot of the animations are a little weirder. Now let me try changing back to 1080p. And hopefully my stream looks right still. That seems to have made a remarkable difference. So now I've got much better frames per second, I think. Things seem pretty smooth there. That's kind of amazing. Why are there so many people on that part of the street? Where are they going? Let's see if we can find out. Are they just walking around? Hey, okay, I'll stop it and then I'll click on them. Destination, 33 Park Street. What are you doing? You're retired. Now can I? Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's a lot of people that live here. But where are they? Oh, he lives over here? Well, that's weird. Well, where did he go? Let's find that guy again. Where did he come from? This guy, right? Yeah, 33 Park Street. That's his household. That's where he lives. Where did he come from? Destination. Oh, he's going home. But where is he going home from? I wish it told. Yeah, let's follow him. Why not? Maybe I can find somebody walking the other direction and they can tell me where they're going. Okay, this guy is going to Denny Denham's. Corey Riley. Denny Denham's. Where is that? It's over here. I need to name the streets. That would make things a lot easier. And then, how do I find the followed citizens here? There we go. That was pretty intuitive. They live at 114 Beach Street. Where is that at? Over here. Why are you all the way over here then? That doesn't make any sense. What are you doing? Going home? I don't want you to go home. I want to know where somebody is going that's not going home. Destination small park. Okay, they're going to the park. Oh, maybe they went to the park. That's probably what it is.
Huh?
I might be able to solve a lot of problems if I just build a park over on this side of town. Let's see if my hypothesis is correct. I'll build a park right here. I'll even build one. I'll build one right here even. It doesn't look like that's a very well loved plot of... Oh, maybe it is. Oh well, they won't be building there now. Yeah, the anti-aliasing is... I'm not liking the anti-aliasing at all. I mean, look at the... Oh, man. You move it around, there's a lot of moire. I think that's the right word for it. I might be wrong. Let's see if we can change the anti-aliasing method a little bit. Let's try... Let's go to advanced. And let's try TAA. Just for kicks and giggles. No, not that one. Method TAA. Hi. And resume the game. And yes, that looks much better. Oh, yeah. Much, much better. Now, do I get ghosting? That's not the right intersection. Let's slow it down here. Now, I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed by the amount of detail that they put into the citizens. It looks like real people walking down the street. That's not what I would have prioritized, but, you know, it would be nice to add that to the game later. It's just not the first thing I would have worked on. I don't see ghosting. Maybe it's FXAA. It really doesn't quite look right, though. But when I look at everything from afar, it does seem to look a little better. some of it. I don't know why the street names kind of stand out a little bit too. Hey, let's see about street names here. Give me a moment to set up street names and stop signs. How do I fix this? So that I don't have the weird names. And how do I change the name? It's really gonna stink if I can't change. Because this is dumb. I don't want Butler Street to run all the way around like that. That doesn't make any sense. This is really easy to figure out when I had the other one. King Highway. Alright, fine. Okay, but how do I change the names of the street? How do I do more than change the names? How do I change where the streets run? Is this something they haven't added to the game yet? That's weird. Why would they make it so you can change the names of the streets if you can't change where the streets go? I mean, that sort of defeats the purpose. I mean, I could... Okay, so that's nice. I would just like it to keep it highlighted. That's really dumb. Right there. What's with that? You can designate the street length like before. Like, the segments, but I don't see how you do it. There's no end I can grab. I can put the focus on it, but that doesn't actually solve the problem either. This is not obvious to me, if it's even a thing it can even do. Alright, let's try an experiment here. Let's change this to... Okay, and then we're going to eliminate the ends here and see if it retains the name or if it spreads it, and it spreads it. I don't want it to do that because that's not First Street. Stop that. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can do it like you can before, at least not in an obvious way. It's here. Yeah, I really like that they're gonna do locale sets. That's great gaming ages. Yeah, I know anti-aliasing being turned off helps performance for sure, but it makes things look so much better. Although it looks a little fuzzy. I don't know. I need to play around with graphics settings too. These models. That's rough, man. I don't know. Just a lot of asphalt, even for an American city. I mean, now that's pretty realistic-ish. But some of these, it's just so much driveway. It's probably the way some of them look in real life, but it does seem a little bit more than it should be. Like you'd fit way too many cars there. I don't know. That seems incomplete to me. I think the cars look great. I'd rather the buildings look good. That's just me though, not a car guy. And the row houses, so I've got some spots that I haven't filled in. So I've got lots of people capacity. I just don't have anywhere for them to work. And these guys are complaining about rent. Gotta be kidding me. Let's see if we have as many people walking across this road as we did before. Does seem like we do have a lot. Where are you going? Oscar Keaton is going to Drome Cinema. Let's go see if we have any mixed use development that's popped up yet. No, we don't. That is a bummer. I'll turn the anti-aliasing off just for fun. Nah, we'll leave it on. Nah, turn it off. Okay, anti-aliasing quality. Let's just do low SMA. It'll offend my eyes less. It's noisy. Well, I couldn't tell you. Okay, so how do you have not enough customers and you have high rent and you have, and maybe the rent is high because there's just not enough of that zone type to go around. It's been abandoned? What? Probably because they can't find jobs. My unemployment's probably sky high still. Population. 11%. That's really high. Okay, well, let's see if we can build ourselves a place to have a seaport since I built one and I haven't done anything with it. I am nowhere near close to balancing my budget, which is annoying. Yes, this. Hopefully that doesn't get encroached on by the river. Oh, yeah, okay, we're good. Good thing this is free. It's a nice price. Oh, and I am getting water. Oh, that's way too much. Yeah, I really want to be able to do this with a keyboard. I don't know if there's a way to do it, but there should be. Down low. Make it a little smaller. Level it. So water is a little less viscous. That's good. But it's still kind of finicky. Am I still gonna get water here? Kind of looks like it. Getting less of it at least. I do think it is good that they made the terrain tools a little more flexible. That's good. Alright. Now let's go get that harbor and bring that back over here. Move. It doesn't want to move there. Okay, that's fine. I really hate how high that is. And that looks pretty good. I hope it's not flooding. It is flooding. You gotta be kidding. I should be able to put that right by the water and it not flood. Don't make me move that again. It needs a road. Does the road connect somehow in here, or is it just something I run by? So it's got roads on the inside of it. It looks like I just need to run one next to it, and then it's gonna be happy. Yeah, it is. What does that mean? No pedestrian access. Yeah, I'm not crazy about this location. Oh, you can't designate the street length. Okay. I see. I thought you said you can. I'm sorry. You can't change the name of the street, but not where it began. And this was just... There was talk that the street name tool was going to come out before release, just like contours, but it didn't. I imagine it will happen in the next few weeks. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm pretty sure they know that it's going to be silly to have it otherwise, especially after people watch any of my videos. We're never going to hear that song that I play. Whoops, what did I just do? Oh, I just sped it up. I need to put you back over here. Actually, I should probably just find a... I don't know what to put you. That's where I would want to put it. I need to get rid of this freeway. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna throw this. I'm outside the city. I'm gonna put that there. How does that do right here? It looks kind of ridiculous. Because this right here, these are like pads, I think, for the ships to bump up against. And I don't think they're supposed to be out of the water that far. If at all. They might be out of the water. And I don't know. And that's a pretty bridge, but it's really in a dumb place. I'm sorry. So I need to reroute this. Probably need to buy more squares in order to do it in a healthy way. Actually, you know what? I don't have to reroute that at all. I can just say forget it. Which I think I'm going to say. Hey, at least we have real entrance ramps and stuff now. This is going to be fun. Just follow that all the way across. I like how the segment links are longer. It makes it much easier to build bridges, I am sure. Gonna take a while. Pass on through. Get to it.
Hey, buddy, those sure are nice shoes.
Thanks, they're waffles.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take them off, let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful leather.
Soft and strong.
They fit like a glove.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Should be able to build better interchanges with this game at least.
Waffles. They sure are nice shoes.
I mean, this one looks a lot better than any of the ones in the other game, especially vanilla maps, for sure. Oh, this is gonna feel so much better. Go along now.
And I said, y'all, electronics, get y'all electronics down at electronics. We got capacitor, all the galvanized LEDs, down electronics. Yeah.
We can always reconnect that at some point down the line if we want to, and we'll reroute it when we do. Okay. It looks like the game clock runs on a lot slower than in the other game. Okay, so now that we have an unobstructed coastline, where do we want to put this? Ugh. Not crazy about that either. But I like it better than what I had before. Alright, let's see what we have. Ugh, it's still so high. Alright, so I'm going to take some artistic license here. We have to do something to change how this works. That's going to go there temporarily. We are going to use this island for it, but I need it to be down lower. That's too high. Like that a little better. You probably see me make a map at some point when we are able to do that. Because it looks like there's a lot of cool things you can do with the new game with the maps. How am I possibly in water? It's because of that puddle? Let's see if we can get rid of the puddle. Get out of here. Go away now. Get out of here, water. Please tell me it's gone. Move. Oh, that's how I want it to work. Yes, yes, yes. And it's still really high, but I will live with it. What I want to know is if there are rail connections here, because that would be welcome. But it doesn't look like there are. And I don't understand that. I've never seen one of these seaports not have it. Like, yes, they do deliver a lot with trucks, but mostly it's trains. I gotta be honest. I live in the Midwest. We don't even have a seaport really too much to speak of here, but there is a ton of intermodal freight that goes through here on rail. And I know that has to come from places like this because it comes from China. So, yeah. Soften that up some. And then we're going to build a road. that overlaps? Oh, I'm so confused. How is this supposed to look? Now it disappears. Where's everybody going to try to go in? Here? I'd like to know. Oof, that is a really steep grade. Okay, that's much better. Alright, let's slope that a little more. Okie dokie. Nice. Now how do we get that over to the mainland? Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. We'll deal with that later. Okay, I am going to make this a higher bridge. Alright, we're going to turn off the snapping of the zone grid, zoning cell length, and I'm going to try to hit 0 here. But I don't think I'm going to succeed. Okay. I need to be at like almost 1. Ah, that's close. That'll do. I'll accept it. Whoops. Now, how high is that bridge? Not super high. But it's not probably going to be navigable to go through there anyway, so I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe I should worry about it, though. Nah, I'm not. I'm really not. Let's be honest. Okay. Curve. So what did we do here? Oh, that's not exactly what I had intended. Doesn't really show the grade of the road. Yeah, whatever. We're gonna need some mods. Okay. So let's see here. Probably gonna end up reconstructing that entire part of the city. So let's just connect this temporarily. Oh, I don't want that kind of curve. Alright. So we have a connection. Do we have electricity over here? We do. Do we have water over here? We do. What is it complaining about? Lack of labor. Well, yeah, we need to get some purple over here. That should happen now. And we can put some industry over here. snap to the grid and length of zoning stuff. Yeah, I think that will do the trick. Let's go up here. It's a good thing roads are cheap because I'd be in big trouble with all this extra infrastructure. Were they not cheap? Alright, that's adequate. Let's get some industry going over here. Now, I don't like how spread out this city is at this point, but... Ooh. Nice. 6x6 even. You know, let's... So I'm going to look at some of this stuff here. Production. So we could use some livestock and some agricultural stuff and some mining. We do have lots of fertile farmland. Let's deal with... Let's try to put some industry in here. How does that industry area thing work anyway? Is that here? Yeah.
Take 'em off, let me see.
All right.
Beautiful. Yes,
Soft and strong.
they fit like a glove.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, wait. Where are you going with my shoes?
Okay.
Roberts. They sure are nice shoes.
This girl busts in line and starts filling up her drink, and she don't look at me like it's on. So I do a full body Kirk like, and she's like, and I say, y'all, it's Spaz Electronics. So I went for my sister, and I got this polo shirt. And he comes up about the spot, and I go like, and he's like, oh, you all what? And I say, y'all, it's Spaz Electronics. Get y'all electronics down at Spaz Electronics. We got resistor, transistor, capacitor, all the calibers, LEDs, TVs, and clerks that jerk and jerks down at Spaz Electronics. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. Probably not big enough. No car, no... What? That doesn't make sense. I thought I put that... That's really weird. Yeah, sure, why not? What is it talking about? Alright, yeah, I don't know why that's doing that. That's weird. I have probably picked the wrong spot to do this anyway. It would have been a smart thing to do before I started doing this. No car, no pedestrian. How in the world can I not? Well, I did all this work. We'll call it practice. Now it says I don't have anything. Okay, so now it likes me. Let's give it more room. Now, I like this. I don't understand this. This is not the way that would work in real life. I don't think. It's weird. Okay. Anyway, so, you know, we got some industry. And I don't know how much this is costing me every month, but I'm sure it's a lot. Ooh, 67,000. No waterway connection. Well, we'll fix that right now. Transportation. Let's get a waterway. A wide sea lane. Oh, I guess I can't put a wide sea lane in here though. That's kind of a little much for that one. Ah, I can't get... Alright, so where's a sea lane I can access? Let's buy some squares. Alright, tell me that that's going to get me what I need. It is. What is a tight squeeze there? They must have big plans for this. There we go. I should do the trick. Huh, it has storage. That's interesting. So it has warehouses built in, as a seaport would expect to have. Interesting. storing food, vegetables, concrete, beverages. What's this guy doing? Are we making lots of things? I don't know. Let's see the production level again here. City economy, production, livestock. Oh, hey, that's much better than before. All right, so now grain. Okay, so this is the part where I actually might be getting a little bit excited here, because this is going to solve some of our problems that I was having earlier without causing more problems. Okay, so we're going to make this street much longer. And we're going to go 768 meters at a time so that we have a nice easy zoning grid to work with. And I'm going to stop there. And let's just add one of those doodads here. Do grain. Ooh, I like it. All right. All right. I don't need this anymore. Now I don't really understand why it does it the way it does it. It's very strange. So as I expand the city, I can contract these. Now, in the Midwest and a lot of the American West, we have, I've talked about the United States Public Land Survey System, or USPLSS, and that surveyed the entire Midwest along with some of the South, and yeah, the West too. A lot of the West was all surveyed in mile square grids and 6x6 mile square townships. So I'd like this to be a square, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that it would be really nice to see it go a quarter of a mile. Now, why do I not have car or pedestrian access? That doesn't make any sense. Of course I have car and pedestrian access. Okay, that's weird. I have to do that all over again. So basically, I'm thinking this is probably a little small. Now, a lot of those miles were divided up into what they call quarter sections, which were a quarter of a mile on each side, 160 acres. And some of those quarter sections were divided into quarter sections of 40 acres each, depending on, but basically they figured in most climates in a lot of the country anyway, you could feed a family on what you could fit in 40 acres. And I mean, obviously there are a lot bigger farms nowadays, thanks to factory farming, which is a whole other topic. But for the longest time, 40 acres was seen as pretty adequate to feed your family on in a lot of the U.S. Some parts are so stinking dry and there's no access to water that's still not going to cover it. And why does it still say that? It didn't say that before. Okay, all right, we're good. And then they're going to grow grain. 56 employees. That seems like a lot for a farm that size, just growing grain. I don't think that's quite right. But I'll take it because I need the industrial employment. And we'll see what our production looks like now. Oh, great. So now I have a surplus, which means I'll need some consumers. I could use some mining, but I don't know that I have anywhere to mine. Also, I can't mine. I'm gonna do coal mining. That might make sense. Let's look at coal mining here. Is that coal? Nope, that's coal mining, isn't it? It's rock. I could use vegetable farms and forestry. Anyway, let's see how far across this is. See if this is a quarter section size or not. So quarter section, an eighth of a mile is roughly, let me think. Is it 300? No, that's not right. I'm thinking in feet. Okay, so a quarter of a mile is about 400 meters. So I don't know, maybe these aren't that. So we would have like 200 on one side, and yeah, maybe these aren't too bad actually. The more I think about it, if that's 200, right there's 200 meters. No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so and then we got another 200 meters there. So yeah, we can actually fit what we'd have in that. Now the problem is that I have to put this in the center. So this is about the right size. It just doesn't extend far enough. I should be able to get about 400 meters right here from, you know, a whole square, and I can't do that. So yeah, 40 acres, sure, but not a whole quarter section, not 160, just because of that round thing. So I'd probably make it so it'd go a little further. I also wouldn't make it so it had so many employees. I don't know, maybe that's a realistic number. I don't really know. How are we doing over here? Well, the good news is we're making stuff. We're just losing a lot of money in the process. Now, I don't know if this works anything like the industry's expansion. It's kind of similar in some ways, but not really. The economy is definitely much more complex because it has all this. Material goods. Oh, what do you know? Now, so this is the stuff that you can't really change, from what I understand, because that's really wild that it has all that. That's pretty cool. Immaterial goods. Ah, so services are even things in the economy. It's a lot more complex. I honestly feel like this game is going to be a lot more challenging than we realize once we wrap our heads around the economic model a little bit. But right now, I just really like to balance my budget. I can't even get there. And I can't even get enough jobs. It's a little frustrating. Let's see if I can get some more industry over here. More jobs. More jobs. That will instantly fill in. Oh yeah, I wonder if I'll fill that whole thing. Yeah, it will. That's weird. I don't like that. Oh, it's just gonna refill. Yeah, okay, that's better. Alright, we'll do this and this. And I will be happy with that. And so we get a 6x6. We have 5x6 slots. Do we have 4x6? Yes, we do. Do we have 3x6? Yes, we do. And then 4x5, 3x5, 2x5. That's pretty cool. I dig that. I'm glad the lot sizes are a little different size. All right, so let's see something here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. So 10 blocks. No, this is not the one I want to use. I want to use these over here. I know these are more. So was it 10? Yes, 10, and it should be by 10. And it looks like it's 10 by 10, yes. All right, so we got 10 by 10 blocks. That's cool. Inside, that means 12 units is 100. Is that right? 96 meters? These are 96, right? Yes. So 12 units, 96 meters. That means 8. Yeah. 8 units. And 8 units is about 25 feet, I want to say. So these buildings are actually kind of big, probably. And the roads, that means that the roads, the small 2-lane roads, are about 50 feet across. I think that sounds right. I'm sure my math's a little bit off. It's not perfect, but it's in the ballpark probably. So I think that's the same size, isn't it? But it's not. It can't be. 6, 12, no, that doesn't make sense. No, yeah, okay, so 80 meters is 10. Yeah, it does. It's the same scale as the original game. Okay, good to know. I've been wondering about that for a long time. So this is like Chicago block size. And then if you do 10 by 10, that's about this. Well, 10 units across is about the size of a New York City, Manhattan size block. Or Portland is also surveyed that way, downtown Portland, Oregon. If anybody cares. See here. The port has an add-on for a rail. You can add a train connection. Is there a way to add a road connection other than the way I did it? Because I feel like the way I did it is not the way they intended. Where's my port? So there's a rail add-on connection. Where would that be? Anti-aliasing needs to be turned back up. It looks so much better. I don't know if I have the ability to do rail at this point. Do I? I do not. Well, I think I need to be able to do that. And I have some development point things, so let's unlock that. And see how that connects. Oh, that's not what I want. But I can't get to anything else. Oh yeah, I can. Okay, so that's sort of making me think that there's where do you add that on? I don't know where you put that. Is that how you do it? Or is it already in there and I just can't find it? I felt like I should have been able to extend off of there for roads and pedestrian paths, but I'm not really seeing how. So there's something there. Oh, that's that road over there. And that road there. I see. Yep. You can have to unlock trains. I did that. Yeah, A. Wellner, that's interesting about the plots. You say, like, it would be fine for a 40-acre plot. The problem in the U.S. is there's been a lot of farm consolidation because of the way they treat farmers. They don't pay them, and that has made it so that corporations have basically taken it over. And as a result, our farms are massive, but they were already massive to begin with. I mean, the Homestead Act back in the 1860s and on, up all the way up to, like, I think the 1970s, you could put a homestead claim in and, you know, basically get 160 acres or even 320 acres if you were in the Oregon country back in the time when they were wanting people to settle that. And they give you double the land. They really wanted people to move out there. So you have these huge farms still, and a lot of them have been consolidated to even bigger farms so that people own some farmers, you know, if you want to call them that. Some businesses have like thousands of acres. Now these are, of course, not the same kinds of farmers that you're going to have had back in the day. Now in Ohio, things have been subdivided up a lot more, even though we started with 1 mile sections and quarter sections and all that other fun stuff that were, you know, quarter mile by a quarter mile. Actually half a mile by a half mile, my bad. Oh, yeah, my math is off. Yeah, those are actually kind of small, even still. Yeah, by American standards. What is this guy's problem? Waiting for an ambulance. Yes, I need more services. I probably should just move the whole city over there, shouldn't I? Let's bulldoze this. I guess we don't get auto bulldoze that I know of. Why are you waiting for an ambulance? Don't you have any ambulance coverage? I could fill this recycling center, couldn't I? Ooh, that's really expensive and costs a fortune. Man, how am I supposed to balance my budget? I don't see how that happens. I'm still hemorrhaging money. A lot of it's just because I don't have enough industry. Well, let's see if I can get swamped by trucks. I probably am starting a bunch of thoughts and not finishing them. Try clicking on the port and going to... Oh, thank you, Joe Plains. Thank you. How goes the build? I don't know. I've pontificated a lot, Joe Langner, so, you know, people have had to put up with that. How do I add things to it? I don't see anything. Lines. Oh, I need a line. I need to add a line.
Hey, buddy, those sure are nice shoes.
Thanks, they're Wofford's.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take them off, let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful leather.
Soft and
All right. Way out here. Okay, somebody's actually been shipping things. That's kind of cool.
Hey, wait, where are you going with my shoes?
Wofford's. They sure are nice shoes.
Okay, so we got a route. Few details. So I should ship some stuff out, and hopefully our city will make more money now. What kind of stuff is waiting there? We got a lot of stuff. A lot of food. Ooh, a lot of food. Interesting. So here's another thing. How does the pollution work with some of this stuff? And how do I upgrade it? I mean, I put this stuff near... Wow, it's going to rain again. Okay. So it requires vegetables, produces beverages. Ground pollution, air pollution, low. Why is there any at all, really? Some of this stuff wouldn't generate much in the way of pollution. It might be noisy, and that's about it. Like, yeah, that produces timber. There shouldn't have any pollution. That guy there requires metal ores and makes metals. That would be very polluting. Veggies and livestock food. Yeah. Okay, so livestock that might pollute. Petrochemicals and plastics. That's going to pollute a lot more than that. How do I level this up? I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if parks make it happen. Probably not. I don't see any way to upgrade any of this. I can turn it on and off. It is nice that they have the warehousing built into this. That should have happened in the other one too. I don't have enough customers. Do I have enough housing? Well, let's just fill it in with all the low density till our heart's content. That's not low density. Hopefully I didn't unzone anything. What's that guy high rent there? Not enough customers. High rent. You probably live too close to the school or something. High rent here too, huh? Yeah, I don't really know what to do about that. I am not sure I understand the economic model well enough. Let's repair this while we're here. Oh, that's not how I want to do that. Okay, that looks better. A little more like it was. Did I build a power plant yet? I can't remember. No, I didn't. And I'm using a lot more than I'm buying, and probably I might be able to save some money. We'll see. Probably not. All right, so let's do a test, see if we can save some money. 70,000 upkeep a month. How much are we spending right now? Services, electricity, we're spending about 60,000. And we're getting about 15 megawatts. If I buy this, I'm going to get 20 megawatts for about 10,000 more. That seems like it should be a pretty good deal. Let's find out if it really is. Oh, I really hate to put that by the river. I don't really want to do it that way. That's cool. Yeah, let's put this out here. Let me do some power wiring, electrical rewiring here. Alright, so now what I want to know oh, so you can do that. Alright, so how does the upkeep on that work though? Power line capacity upkeep, is it just always the same price? Because I know it's really expensive to keep up underground power lines. At least high voltage it is anyway. But hey, if you'll let me do it for cheap, I'll let you let me. Alright, so now let's see what our services look like. Electricity. Oh, now I'm spending money to bring it in, and I'm maintaining a power plant. Tell me I'm not importing electricity anymore. Please. Okay, it's dropping precipitously. That means I'm probably not importing anymore. I'm just paying a flat fee for 20 megawatts, which is going to be a bummer because I'm going to run out. But I'm also spending more than I was before. Service upkeeps, 508,000. Oh, it's killing me. How do I get that I'm getting subsidized by the government? Well, it's a good thing because I'd be broke otherwise. Wonder if I could sell electricity. What's this about? Power line not connected. It's not? Are you serious? It's still not connected. I didn't want you to demolish what's on top. I hope that's the connection. It isn't. What gives, man? Having that problem again. Why won't this... Is it connecting? Okay, that looks weird, but it is connecting. And that's connected too. That's so strange. Just not the way I would do it. But it is working. Alright. As long as that's working. So I'm spending 70 grand. Production, services, electricity. Hey, why am I spending so much less on electricity now? That's weird. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm exporting electricity now. That's awesome. Okay, I would have built that a long time ago if I didn't know I was going to be able to just export it. So now I'm still losing a lot of money, but I'm not losing as much as before. What are some other things I can maybe help with? Why is healthcare so expensive? Where are my other big ticket bills? Education, that makes sense. I'm surprised roads isn't more. Transportation, okay, that's gonna be killing me. I'd probably be doing a lot better if I didn't have that. 68,000 doesn't quite balance it, but it would be really close. I think I need to just improve land value and increase population and industry and all the other fun stuff. Now, what's my unemployment look like? Unemployment population, 9.8%. That sucks. I need a college, probably. It seems like this seems very small. Can I just say that? There's no way I should have big buildings like this and still have this small of a community. I don't get it. How am I supposed to get enough jobs? I just don't understand. Hello, Riley Whetstone. Good to see you. You need to unlock trains, then add the train connection to your port. You also need to create cargo. Maybe I don't have room to add the cargo connection. I wonder if that's what's up. These farms are pretty accurate to European scale. We looked at that. Try clicking on the port, going to upgrades. I don't see anything about upgrades when I click on the port. There's focus, there's relocate, there's deactivate, and that's it. I'm hoping this thing is actually shipping stuff out. I'm not sure if it is or not. It looks like there's a ship there loading. Let's check it out. Oh no, I don't want to. I don't care about the port. I want to talk about the ship. Let's see the ship. Cargo, no cargo. Why isn't it running any cargo? That's not good. Now, is that because I don't understand. Few details. Do I need to have a line? I'm not sure. Okay, so that's bringing cargo somewhere. Let's see it. It's bringing in electronics and metal ore. That's handy. So is it going to... What's it gonna do? It's gonna unload, and is it gonna load anything? Because I want it to. I need it to unload some things. And it's not. Great. Few details. Active vehicles. Schedule color. I don't care about the color. I care about what is it shipping. Is it shipping anything? I'm bringing things in, but it doesn't look like I'm bringing anything out. That one's coming in too. Why isn't it sending anything out? That one's bringing food in. That one's bringing food in. Why am I bringing food in? I have tons of food. It should be selling my food. Oh. Yep. Drives me crazy every time. I can't even leave the window without it switching resolution and messing things up, guys. And now I can't see my chat. Yeah. Okay, so I'm at least exporting power. How full is my cemetery? Okay, that's cool to know that it does that. Isn't there like a steady? No, that's steady stats. That's not what I want. Oh, that's driving me crazy. I don't care about the radio station. Why is it? Is this what I want? No. Is that what I want? Okay, they don't like the taxes being high. They don't like local demand. Gas station availability? There's unoccupied buildings. High skill labor availability is not there. They like labor availability. They don't like high skill labor availability. Alright, so let's get a college. Education, college. Unlock. Well, interesting. More than one university. This is going to cost me money. But it might make me money. $150,000 a month. Alright, we're going to put this over here. And I don't know where I should put this. That looks like a good spot right there at the end of that street. Nice little terminus. It does look a little weird because of the terrain. Now, that's the other thing I don't understand is when I place this is gigantic. Does everything have to be perfectly flat? Why do I have to have it be perfectly flat? In real life, they'd just put this on whatever land it was. They'd flatten out where the building was. And then they'd just kind of make everything else fit the terrain. And it doesn't do that, which is sort of weird to me. I would just make it a smaller building and let somebody detail the snot out of all this, you know, and not have parking. I hate the parking. The parking looks... Oh, that's not how you would set it up. That's not how it looks. Oh, man. The bubble popping noise is really getting on my nerves. Let's see here. So, in another park life, what I would do here... Yeah, I already have enough park around the center of that. Let's go out 192. Probably gonna have an insane grade in the middle. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Boomtown, yeehaw. I feel like I still haven't accomplished anything though. I don't even have 3,000 people yet. I grew up in a town that had more people than this in it. The thing is it doesn't feel... It feels so much bigger than it is. That's what I don't understand. Alright, I'm gonna try something here. Oh, not underground. I'm gonna get rid of that. And we're gonna draw it like we did in old-fashioned city skylines. And it doesn't quite work the way I expected it to. That's weird. And I'm gonna redraw that curve. Wow. That's weird. Alright, well, that's the way it goes. Hey, I got my mixed use. That's good. I like that. Let's see if we can get some more of that. Oh, let's see about Pig Park. I don't want a big campfire site. That seems weird. Large parks. I gotta get the milestone. Oh, progression node, large parks. Alright, well, let's see about that. Parks. Park maintenance. Unlock large parks. Yes. We'll do that too. Huh. Interesting. Oh, that's from that park. I see. Alright, well, let's put a bigger park in here. Larger parks. Large city park. Well, that's a good size. I like that size. That's good to know. I keep forgetting I can do stuff like this. I don't have to think in 90-degree or 45-degree angles anymore. It's kind of nice. Because I want to make it easy to get to that park. Alright, soften that up. Thank you very much. Yep, okay. So let's look at land value. I want to know what's going on here. Land value, land value, land value, land value. Where did it go? I've seen it before. Okay. Alright. These guys are complaining. Oh, they're abandoned? Alright, we're going to knock those down. I don't understand why they're being abandoned. That doesn't make any sense to me. But maybe we get a college going on here and it'll help. And they have 14 students. Let's see about... I don't know. I feel like moving all of that over to the other side of town. Because I'm just not happy with the way that's laid out. What if I moved the high school over there? Because I'm probably not... Is there a coverage area for this? Let's look at education. Education, education. Where's the icon for education? There it is. Okay. So what does... Okay, education coverage. Alright, so that over there is not liking it. And I'll be perfectly honest, I would really like to move everything over there to over here. Ugh. Let's see if we building some districts here. Add some districts. So like this needs to be a district. Hello. Oh, I don't want that. I want a city district.
Hey, buddy, those sure are nice shoes.
Thanks, they're Wofford's.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take them off, let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful. Leather.
Soft and strong.
They fit like a glove.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, wait, where are you going with my shoes?
Wofford's. They sure are nice shoes.
Whoops. We're gonna call this Venture Harbor.
And I say, y'all, it's Skylines electronics. He comes up about the shop, and I go like, and he's like, what? And I say, y'all, it's Skylines electronics. Get y'all electronics down at Skylines electronics. We got persistent transistor capacitor, all the calibers, LED, PCB, converts that cartridges down at Skylines electronics. Yeah.
Now, I like to use the districts because they tell me things I can't learn otherwise. Whoops, I don't want that. I can't figure out what my balance of employment is or anything like that. Okay. How would I make it not overlap? Let's not snap to the middle of the road. I thought I said not to snap to the middle of the road. Why does it care? I should be able to do that. Oh, are you kidding? Okay. Alright, we're just gonna call this, we'll call it Sterling Hill. And we're gonna call this Old Town for now. And it's gonna look new, probably. Alright, so I got a lot of people living over there. I have a lot of employment going on over there. I do not have a lot of employment going on over here, do I? No, I don't. I don't have a lot of residents either, though. Yeah, I don't know what to do about all this. I need more jobs. How do I deal with the unemployment? Population. It's a little lower. Alright, education level. We have some that are educated. How do these offices like... oh, it doesn't really tell. And it's level 3 out of 5. Okay, the building is empty. I didn't realize that. The law accounting requires software. Well, that's great. Ah, here we go. It has open positions. It needs educated and well educated. No company. That one's empty. I kind of wish that it told me this a little easier. So I've got some highly educated Sims going on out here. Average wealth, employees, average residents. Okay, educated, poorly educated. Let's look at the city-wide then. Oh, here's city policies. Well, I want taxis to be tax-ease. I don't see anything about that. Everybody hates my taxes. You know what? I'll lower them. I don't care. I'll get subsidies. I'm already getting subsidized very heavily as it is. And I'm getting more money, but you know. Okay, so I have terrible education access over here except for college. So there's another level. So there's uneducated that gets me to poorly educated, which is probably elementary school level, and then educated, which is high school level. Then college level is well educated, and university is highly educated. Okay, so that makes sense. So that means that there's a third level in here, right? A fourth, a new level. I think there's. I don't think there was a poorly educated before. There was educated, well educated, and highly educated in the City Skylines 1. So that's different. So there's one more tier of education level. And that's nice. But I don't see anybody. We have a lot of educated, but not very many well educated. Now I wonder if the education model works the same way if, you know, you still can't attend night classes. Because that would be interesting to know too. Well, if all else fails, build more roads because they aren't going to cost you that much money. Why is it 193? That's supposed to cost. It's supposed to be 193. I hope that I didn't make a mistake somewhere over here. We're going to turn that off. There we go, 192. Nah, I'm not going to do that. Alright, what I want to know is, are these being occupied? It does look like they are. Okay, so that's good. I just wish those could be a little smaller. So, in real life, this is not the only way you do mixed use. You know, it might only be 3 stories tall. I don't even think this is leveled up yet. No, it has not. Man, I don't even know how you even get things to level up. Some things have, though. Alright, and this one wants... And it has... How does it have highly educated employees? I barely have any highly educated. I don't have any highly educated employees. I barely have any well educated. That one's empty. So none of that wants to fill in. That's abandoned, yay. Alright. Let's see about connecting this directly. Let's make it a little steeper. Yeah, it's too steep. And now we're gonna go straight across. 2-lane wooden bridge, 2-lane truss. You'd think they'd be able to do an extension, a suspension bridge. Ooh. All right. I am snapping to geometry, yes. Want 40 meters? There we go. And my angle is 154. Alright, and I need that to be higher. How am I overlapping with something? With 154. And page up till I see what I think is a reasonable number, and I think that's gonna be it. And that's 48. Ah, whatever. Okay, that seems wrong. That was not supposed to happen that way. Connect to existing geometry. What part of existing geometry do you not understand? $40 meters. Another 40 meters. Yes, I'm in the water. Page up. And I'm changing my angle as I go up. That's not good. 150. Okay. $312. 1. Let's do that. And we're going to keep it going up.
Thanks, they're whoppers.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take 'em off, let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful.
Soft and
Nope.
strong.
They fit
I cannot do it that way.
And they look great on you.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, wait, where are you going with my shoes?
Waffles. They sure are nice.
And we're going to drop it on this side. Yeah. Boy, I really like nodes. I miss nodes. It was so easy. to deal with nodes. Oh, I miss nodes. Let's go to 120. I miss the precision. This doesn't really allow you to be very precise. It's a lot more difficult. You have to use a lot more of the same tricks. The tricks that I'd hoped that I wasn't going to need anymore. Yeah, that looks better than what did before. I don't want it to just go hump and then down. It looks really dumb that way. I don't know that I want it to not to stay high though once it gets up. Whoa. How is it changed so drastically? What is that doing? I don't understand. I should just have... Alright, I guess it's at 180. Okay, well... That looks better. Okay, so now I need to run this up the hill. Without a huge grade. No, we're not 42%. I can do 6. I don't want it to go back down. I want me to go back further. This is a really long hill. Alright, at this point I need to do some terrain work. That's not going to get any better. I'm kind of disappointed, I gotta be honest with you, in the terrain tools. I really didn't think they would be this cumbersome. Not the terrain tools, but the cut and fill. Like I should get retaining walls right here. I really feel like. And I didn't get one. And I've been looking forward to that for a long time. Now, I don't know if that's going to work, but we're going to try it. Oof, 8%. That's not what I want. I'm not really crazy about what I've got over here either, though. Alright, so I need to make that a longer curve. Yeah, I'm just not as impressed with this as I thought I might be. I really wanted to be impressed. Because I would love for this to be easier. That's not going to do it either. That's not going to work. That is still that steep? Oh, I don't like this map at all. Sorry. Just being honest. I think it's great to have hills and everything. It just isn't great to have this many of them. Well, that's an improvement. $180. There we go. Okay, and at this point, let's see about... I do sort of wish that I knew. Let's not worry about snapping to the zoning grid. let's get rid of this road. So I think once I get used to the guides, those are pretty good. There's some other things I'm not so crazy about, but I could get used to that, I think. Yeah, you couldn't do that with the old one very easily. Not as easily as I just did that. That was pretty nice. I will grant that. And I'm really tired of that commercial too. I've had enough of that. I've had enough of that one too. No more shoes. Thanks. Play music. It said music nonstop. I kind of expected it to be not anything but music. Brush size. Okay. Yeah. It's better. Okay. So, bone to pick with the developers. This should be a retaining wall. Why isn't it a retaining wall? I expected it to be a retaining wall. I saw all that cool stuff, but I don't think retaining walls show up very easily in here. Now, what would be super awesome is if there was a mod like Fine Road Tool that just made it so I could bang bang. There it is. Now I've got it. I mean, at least the functionality's in the game. So maybe they just haven't worked out the kinks. I'm going to give them a little faith because, you know, if they don't figure it out, I'm pretty sure confident the modders will. Now this looks like I could connect that. Now is that another 192 out? It sure is. $105, $106. Okay. I dig that. I dig that a lot. I don't dig that. How did that happen? I had that lined up. Let's try it again. Alright, let's use my guide roads methodology. It doesn't look right, but it'll work. It's nice to have the land laid, the streets laid out, but I'd really like to. I don't want to. I'd really like to know what to do with the economy. Yeah, it's not just a grid, guys. It's not just a grid. All right, so people have access to jobs up there. That's dandy. I don't think I'd get a lot of industrial development over here, but that doesn't mean I couldn't push it in anyway. I could put more industry out here. Why don't I do that? Now I want that stuff to stamp. 192. 96. Let's just put some industrial zones over here. I have ground water over here. Oh, that's handy. I'm gonna stop there. I hope that adds some demand for stuff. Is anything moving in the gaps over here? It looks like most of my gaps are filled. Where are my row houses? Those look like they're filled in. I feel like I could probably make the row houses pay off a little more by making the lots not quite as deep. No, actually that's not true. They are pretty close to the road. Now what I don't understand, well, I know why I didn't get corners there. I don't have corners. High rent. High rent. Okay, so what high rent means to me is I can't afford an apartment in this neighborhood. It wouldn't mean to me, hey, you need to make that more denser, you know, there. Like, yeah, I mean, eventually, sure. But why wouldn't you just move to a lower renter part of town? Or why wouldn't zoning more housing, even somewhere remotely close to that part of town, make the rent lower? That's what I'm not sure I understand. And it looks like it's leveling all the lots, which is weird to me. I was really hoping they wouldn't make it quite that levelly. Oh, that's not where I want to have the stuff. Well, at least it's filling in, so that's good. I've got good residential demand here, at least. And am I seeing lots of no customers? No, I'm really not. I'm seeing a few, but not like I was. Waiting for an ambulance. Well, that sucks. Because that's a little bit of a trip. What's my unemployment look like? 12.5%. How did I ever grow anymore? Some of these, how many employees they have? And how do I get them to level up? Public transportation? Is that empty? What is that? Okay, 14 employees there, 26 there. That's a much nicer number. And then I've got this over here that has 41 employees. And how many over here to this one? 131. That's a lot. It's kind of weird. Alright, let's look at production and see if I can balance my economy out anymore. I am exporting a ton of grain. I don't need more of that. I could use that, but I can't build it. I can't control any of this very much that I know of. I wonder if my education level's gone up much. Education. Well, I have some well-educated. That's handy. I need more office. I need office real bad. Let's see if I can zone some office. Oh, I already have a ton of office zones, and they're not building. Well, there is one thing I haven't tried. Yeah, you know what? I just don't care about my budget anymore. Not right now. Alright. Let's build a school. And let's put it somewhere it will fit. Put it on the end of the street, maybe. No, I don't want to do that. No, not there. I could put it here. Okay, that's good. Alright, well, that'll help that neighborhood out some. And then a high school, which is massively huge. Where is a nice place for a high school? Actually, I got an idea. I'm going to rip out some of these streets. I am going to even rip out, whoops, not that. I'm going to try something. I would normally use anarchy for something like this, but it wasn't even possible to do it in the old game. Wow. That's nifty. I like how it does that. That is not something you can do really irregular intersections like that before. Okay, now I'll give me a high school here. Oh my. That looks quite doable. And now I'm going to try and put that curve back in. Thank you. And that still doesn't do the trick. Are you kidding me? Nope, not that kind. Now it likes it. That's not even connected. Alright. Building edge, building edge.
Soft and strong. They fit like glove, and they look great on you. Thanks, buddy. Hey, where are you going with my shoes? Waffles.
They sure are nice shoes.
This girl busts in line and starts filling up her drink, and she don't look at me like it's on. So I do a full body jerk like, and she's like, and I say, y'all, let's electronics.
Yeah, it's ugly, but it works.
And I say, y'all, it's Spaz Electronics. Get y'all electronics down at Spaz Electronics.
Let's try a different radio station. Maybe they'll advertise to a different demographic. I wonder if I can get rid of that whole area there. I can't bulldoze that object. Alright, well, fine. Well, I have high school anyway, and it looks kind of cool. Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff I want to do. I like it, you know, when stuff is at the end of the street. Whoops. Yeah, I dig that. And that. And that. Guess we just always put a school at the end of each street. That's just the way it rolls in Adventura. Okay. So that's cool. How we doing on education then? Oh, we're covered very thoroughly now, for the most part. We have 479 in elementary school. We have plenty of capacity, like way too much. We have tons of high school capacity. Now, do we have an economy yet? Not really. Really need. Oh, great. Not enough customers. Well, they want low density, so let's give them some low density. I don't think that's really going to help much, though. This is why we're going to have the missing middle. Now, if this, I had Park Life, I'd put a park right there. And it'd be super cool. We're going to try to take that up. I'm just going to put a bunch of stuff in here. Bad suitability. Yeah, deal with it. I'm not feeling very sympathetic right now. High rent. Am I supposed to make it more dense? Well, I guess, but I can. I always forget that I don't need to rezone that. See if that helps any. Oh, I need healthcare up there too. A cemetery. Oh, no, I don't want a cemetery. I want a medical clinic. So if I just had the building, I could move that and, you know, I'd have that nice angle right there at Prospect Street. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. We're going to call this let's call it Sterling Boulevard. This Venture Boulevard. Real street names. Who knew? And then if that's going to be Sterling Boulevard. What are we going to call this? I think we need to make it so it won't change the names of everything. We'll just call it Central Avenue for now. That's not how you spell it in English. Okay. So we're seeing some office development. That's good. Are we seeing enough educated people, sort of? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we are. As long as it doesn't upgrade too fast. Alright, so let's check out this upgrade tool. I haven't even looked at this. Replace. Is it replace or is it upgrade? How do you do that? Underground mode. Snapping. No, it's not that. There's a way to upgrade these roads, and I don't remember how to do it. Road services? Well, we've got all of that. That's nice. Crosswalks. Aha, wide sidewalks. Let's do wide sidewalks on Central. Oh, this is going to take away a lot of street parking here, isn't it? So I gotta add the trees. Interesting. Well, that should make it easier to get through there. That burned down. Oh, because I don't have any. I don't have any. I don't have any other good stuff over here. Well, let's put a police station in here somewhere. Can I move the one I already have? Probably not really worth it. And we'll get a fire station up here too. Not enough customers. It figures. I need more density or something. Low rent housing. Well, we could try that. It's gonna put pressure on our economy, though. But hey, who knows, maybe we'll get some office development here. 11%. I don't like it. I think this game suffers from the same problem this old city Skylines had, and that's that you need a lot more, you just really need a lot of industry and stuff, and I don't quite understand that. You need a lot of businesses, a lot of employment. You don't need a lot of housing though. That's what's so frustrating. So you end up with industrial wasteland that just goes on forever. Alright, so what's this thing? Oh, groundwater pumping station. Yeah, that's probably not the best thing to have too close to industry, is it? Now, I don't understand how I'm supposed to solve high rent for industry. That just doesn't make sense to me. I need to put in more density there. Well, that would be great. Why don't you build me a bigger factory? It's not very intuitive. Okay, I'm getting more customers. What is this complaining about now? I thought it had something else it was complaining about just a second ago. Well, I'd really like to not see that abandoned. I wonder if it will. Okay, I'm getting some low rent apartments. Ooh. My.
Hey, buddy, those sure are nice shoes.
Thanks, they're Whoppers.
Oh, that's some fine stitching. Take them off, let me see.
Well, all right.
Beautiful. That
Soft and strong. They fit like a
Hmm.
and they look great on you. Thanks, buddy. Hey, wait, where are you going with my shoes?
Let's see what happens when I do that.
sure are nice shoes.
It's just a pedestrian street. I don't know if it's gonna do any good. Oh no, I'm really hemorrhaging money. You know, there's just, I don't like being crammed in over here. I'd have to make a bunch of bridges and a bunch of stuff to make that all work. And I'm getting hit with high rent and not enough customers over here. It's not easy to balance this all out. City stats. That isn't what I want. Let's look at land value. So my land value is pretty high over here, except for these two, for some reason, are not very high. Which is kind of weird. So the land itself is not worth a lot over there, but the buildings are worth something. That's nice, but it's not really helping me figure out what I need to do here. And I'm really not increasing the value of the land itself. Well, you know, let's buy some tiles. Not like I'm going to use them, but at least I'll have them. See what traffic levels look like. Traffic. Where is traffic? That just doesn't look like a traffic icon to me anymore. So, yeah, I kind of expected this to look like this. See traffic volume. That bridge is very busy. You know, it's funny because we have all the through traffic going through here too. So we don't need the highway. We're doing fine without it. Oof, a little tearing right there. Now, if I were a different city builder, that should be a wider road. But I'm not. I'm not that guy. Actually, I could add lanes. And I don't think it would hurt that much. Can I even do that, though? Narrow 2-lane road, 3-lane road. There's traffic in one direction. 2 lanes. Huh. Interesting. Well, I can't really do that then. I can only make that 3 lanes wide at best. Now, see, in Cleveland, or at least northern Ohio anyway, what would happen is this road is just wide enough to have parking. If I just banned parking along the street, then what would happen is people would drive side by side, even if the road wasn't marked that way, because that's what happens. And it gets a little cramped. If it was a little wider road, it would be better. Yeah, that's quite a busy road right there. I could use a bypass. Shame I destroyed it. But it was blocking my access to the waterfront. So we almost have 5,000 here. So at least, you know we can get some traffic. Now let's see about road services. Let's put some stop signs in here. I don't want you to stop. Hey, how do I don't want a 4-way stop. Is that the only way you can do that? Is 4-way stop? Three-way stops? That's the only thing I can do? Oh, that's not good. Guys, we have to have a conversation. This is not how you do this. Well, TMPE is going to be a really important mod. Or something, I don't know what they're going to call it, but I'm sure it'll have a name. Like, that we'll recognize. and people 20 years from now playing City Skylines 4 will wonder, what is TMPE? What does that even stand for? Why did they call it that? It's a long story. Yeah, that's not right. I should be able to set a stop sign per side of the intersection. We could do that in the old City Skylines. Why would we even add... I mean, 3-way stops and 4-way stops are nice and all, but... Ugh. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. I don't want to use roundabouts everywhere. That just ain't my style. It's not America's style. Oh. Yeah, this looks weird. I mean, the game looks kind of nice, but it just looks weird. Well, let's take a look at chat again and see. I don't have a whole lot of people on, but we'll see what's been said so far. You need more housing, high density housing. Yeah, I wish I did, but I really need more jobs. My unemployment is crazy high. Just, saying. It's 10%. That's not good. I could probably zone some more housing, get away with it, but I don't want to do that because I really want things to do that. To get your overroad wall, you elevate it a little and then step it down to 6. Yeah, I don't really... Yeah, I just want a mod. Give me a mod. Thanks, Jason. I really appreciate your help, though. You have to have the road half land and half kind of up in the air over the lower part. It's cut fill. I understand how cut and fill works. It's just I'm not used to the implementation of this, and I'm not sure I'm crazy about the way it is implemented. Are there any railroads exporting? No, and in fact, I'm trying to figure out why my seaport's not exporting. That seems like I should have my cargo harbor ought to be doing some heavy lifting there, but I don't think any of my ships are ever taking anything out. I mean, they're barely bringing anything in. View details. Like, nobody's doing anything now. Why is that? I don't know what I did wrong. Or if it's a bug. Like, I'm definitely stockpiling a bunch of stuff here, but it's not getting out. I want to ship things out. It seems like my industries would be making more money if they were shipping things out. Like this thing here. It's not going to pick up anything. It's going to be empty. It's going to go in and it's going to leave empty. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Loading. Loading 0 tons of cargo. I've seen ships bringing stuff in. Medium seaway. Headley. I have all sorts of cargo on one end and nothing on the other end. Actually, I've got cargo on both ends, but it's not even delivering anything at this point. So I'm baffled. I don't understand why it's doing that. We have an overabundance of electricity. Well, that's great because I'm running out of money. Well, at least I'm not doing as bad as I was. So the budget is balancing. That's good news. Let's see here. Anybody else have anything? Yeah, the base side probably would help being smaller. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. People are complaining about this one because it could be a lot better than it is, but this one is still miles ahead of the first one, and it'll only get better if you can run it, of course. People are rightly annoyed that they obviously stripped out features, functionality, assets in order to resell us them later. Yeah, that could be. Maybe. Probably. That's the Paradox way. Hello, Paragon. Tygon says, wow, we're still going. This the same city as earlier? Yes, it is. Garsaxon, hey Lee, what are your thoughts on this game not being accessible to the regular gamer? I don't know. I don't think it's probably the best move for Paradox. I don't know that or Colossal Order. I feel like they bit off more than they could chew. Like, if it would have been me, I don't know. I think what I would have done if it was me is I would have kept the game essentially the same. I wouldn't have changed a lot of stuff. I would have rebuilt it from scratch probably, but I would have kept a lot of the rules the same. Like the economic simulation, I kind of dig that it's complex and everything, but I don't know how to figure it out yet. I have to spend some time researching it. And then maybe I'll let you know. Maybe I'll be like raving about this is the most amazing game ever. Once I finally wrap my head around it. It took me a long time to wrap my head around City Skylines 1. And a lot of that was traffic, though, let's be honest. Traffic was a huge problem in the first one. You'd get overrun by trucks. It looks like I might even be able to get away with building a heavily industrial area in this game. Because I don't have any truck problems going on here at all. And I would have expected to have a little bit of them based on the way I've built this. I really just need to simplify this right here. But, I don't know. It's a traffic jam here. Ruh-roh. Probably could just use another bridge, but the terrain on this map is just pretty bad. I probably should have just spent some time sculpting the terrain first. Yeah, Ryan Cyrus, leave, pontificate, never. True. Upgrades are at the bottom of the screen when you click the port. Are they really? Am I missing this? Oh, duh. Cargo cranes, railway connection, warehouses. Okay, that's nice. I need rail yards. Also trains. Okay, that's nice to know. I am stupid. I didn't realize that was where I was supposed to look. I was looking over here and not seeing it. Thank you for pointing that out. Who pointed that out to me? Joe Plains. Thank you, Joe Plains. That's the second time I've called your name out for helping me out here. Maybe you really went over this, but how is the performance? Okay, so I'll look at this again. We're up to 5,000 citizens, whatever you want to call them. You can kind of see, I don't know how fast my stream is. It looks like I have a really good connection. Ooh, yay, whatever that means. Okay, so I don't have to add the cheering sound anymore on my videos when the milestone is reached, apparently. So you're welcome. Anyway, so I'm able to move around and the simulation seems to be running pretty smoothly. I can come in over here. There's a lot of motorcycles on the street side there. Everything seems to be moving pretty well. I've got the thing running at 3 times, you know, the rabbit speed or African swallow speed or whatever. And here are my settings options. I am on, for the most part, I think high settings. And I was on medium earlier in the stream. I've turned off volumetrics, fog, motion blur. What's low? Level of detail. I've messed with the anti-aliasing. I'm in low SMAA right now. You know, could probably step that up and get more out of it. But for the most part, yeah, if the field is disabled, VSync is off. I'm at 1080p and not 4K. I prefer to be at 4K because my monitor is 4K. But it is pretty smooth, I would say. This is actually performing a lot better than I thought. Now I'm on a 3070 Ti graphics card, which I'm hearing that's the big bottleneck. I'm also on an Intel i9 12900K, which is a pretty decent processor. Not super new, but not super old. It's a couple of generations behind, maybe. Z690 motherboard, I think. It's a Gigabyte motherboard. And I also have I have 64 gigs of RAM. I'm sure that makes a difference. I don't have a way of checking my RAM usage, how much I'm using that. But either way, it seems like things are going pretty smoothly. I can't really complain. So that's a good thing. So there's your answer, Joe. See if there's anything else going on in here that I want to check with. Sorry, no Bob yet. This is the full release of the game, FlexRaider, yes. This is not, I wasn't in the beta, so this is not a beta version. They're live now. And thank you, St. Francis. Nice to hear your voice again. Nice to see your type. Does anyone know what in-game video settings he is using? I just went over that. In fresh, I can smell the disk box. Yeah, I remember those days. Those were good days. Lee had a system glitch maybe 10 minutes ago. The video went blank, and he said he lost the chat, so he probably can't see any of our comments. I'm actually looking at it on my phone, which is really great, but it's really hard to switch windows because this thing wants to kick back to 4K, and then, yeah, it just causes all sorts of havoc when I do that. Don't terraform before you lay the road. I think this is the only way you get the cut. Yes, I think you're correct, but that's, yeah, I would like to see the cut in other times too, which I'm thinking that the mods are probably going to help with. If I hear the "it's not funk, it's classical" thing one more time, my brain is going to melt out my ears. Yeah, I hear you. There will be a retaining wall mod, but for now, yes. Yeah. I'm finding that I need to I need to basically modify my map before I even start playing on it. Let's see. I just talked about it. Potato performance. Stop signs are currently applied to all roads and intersection. Yes, that is annoying. I believe it was brought up by YouTube channels, but I don't think there was enough time to get it implemented. Well, I'm thinking that TMP is going to help that. Is there a way to set a road as priority? I have not seen anything like that, no. Roundabouts even in the game. Yes, roundabouts are in the game. I just don't like using them because I don't know, I'm trying to make an American city here, and I'm failing hard just because I don't have anywhere near the, I don't know, I don't know how much industry I could possibly add to this thing. It's just, it wants so much. Is there any other outside connection you can use for a cargo route? Yes, I have the two highway, the one. All right, so I'll show you my outside connections here. This one goes to the outside world. It goes to a highway, it's 2-lane road, and that connects over here to that highway connection as well. And then I have this highway connection, and that's it. And let's buy more squares because I want to. And maybe I can get out far enough that I can get rid of all that garbage out there. Let's do that. Unlock 50 map tiles in a single city. I'm getting achievements, but I don't feel like I'm achieving what I want to do. At least I can cut this back and do something I prefer with it. Maybe build a bypass around the town. So I've got outside connections. You've got to remember that CO and Paradox are businesses that need to make money. Yes, and I recognize that. And that's why I can understand why they would release. The product is playable. It's a little frustrating coming from where we were. But if I had this back 10 years ago, I'd have been like, ah! But mods will make it better. It will be rough, but I think mods will make it better. Some of the features that are in CS1 are not in the base CS2 release. Yeah, I kind of figured they wouldn't have everything in it. I mean, hey, they have trams. You don't have to buy Snowfall anymore. I'd like a better Metro thing going on there. Cullen is heading out. It's dinner. If you're still online when I get back, I'll rejoin. Hey, thanks for joining us up with us, Chris. Vic Oli. How's it feeling, Lee? I feel like it's weird. It's a new game. It's a totally new game. This is not... There's a lot of things that are familiar about it, but there's a lot of things that are completely new. And I mean a lot of things. Like the entire economy is basically new. I feel like it has some of the same balance issues that the original game had when it came to jobs and housing. Like, I don't need much housing, but I need a ton of jobs. And that's because, well, I'll show you. So how many employees are at the bottom of this building? Got 41 employees. That's a lot for a clothing store. I mean, it would probably be a decent-sized clothing store, to be honest. So, you know, I could believe that. And then I've got a software office. I think at a building that size, I'm going to get more than 16 employees. Boot and Bug. That's a good name. I like that. Places, stages. 16 there. 16. And then you've got, you know, I mean, I think they've really improved, you know, how many residents show up in a building. I mean, I appreciate that. I'm not really sure how crazy I am about how close together they all go, and I kind of would prefer to have something that, you know, would create more of a courtyard effect, kind of like the European buildings did in City Skylines 1. Great. Well, I guess I better demolish that too. I'd like it if it didn't auto-demolish. Subsidies. Am I getting a lot of subsidies? Yes, I sure am. I still need a lot of help. I am not self-sufficient. So I'm going to have to work on the whole more money part. Right now, it's like grow, 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 grow. And that's actually pretty accurate. But the things that are costing me a ton of money are not the things that I would expect. Anyway, yeah, so it feels strange. It's going to take some getting used to. It's a brand new game. Don't go into this thinking it's going to be just like playing City Skylines. It's not. It's going to be like playing a whole new game. Pretend it's not even City Skylines 2. Just pretend it's a city builder game that you haven't played before that is a lot like City Skylines 1, because this isn't it. This isn't City Skylines. It's very different in a lot of ways. It has zoning, but a lot of games have zoning. Yeah, so it's going to take me a while to wrap my head around it. I think it's going to take a little time to get maps that rock, because the vanilla maps, somebody told me they weren't into the maps, one of the other creators in the beta, and based on what I'm seeing with this one, I'm like, yeah, this is not a good map. I mean, I don't mind the layout of the mountains and the river and the valley. What I mind is that it's this steep at the bottom. It just isn't realistic. I think that you'd see some elevation back here, maybe, sure, but not in here. It's not going to be like that. That's just not going to happen. The reason why you have all this is because it's just a bunch of sand getting moved around over the years, and a bunch of silt and stuff. That's the way rivers work. And, you know, it meanders because of that too. It's, I don't know, it doesn't feel natural to me, the geography. And, I mean, I appreciate the creativity, and the mountains are pretty and stuff like that. But it just doesn't, it's something's not right about it. It's just too steep. It shouldn't drop that fast to the ground everywhere. You know, I should have some really serious flatlands all over the place. And if I had had time before I went live, but I didn't even have this game down, installed when I went live. So, I'd probably spend some time sculpting this. If, I would sculpt the map. It's free to use the terrain tools. I'm not sure how far in you got to be able to use the terrain tools. But yeah, we'll need some map editing. That's for sure. It doesn't feel safe at night going out at all. Now, I've seen some things from other creators. Like, I don't know how in the world it is that... I really want to know how we get to have the options to have UI style. No, I don't care about skins. Button style. Okay. Oh, I can change that. That's great. Highlight unlocked. Newly unlocked features are highlighted. Okay, that's fine. Input, gameplay, graphics. So I can at least get the chirper stuff to stop popping up. That's nice. General. File change tracking. Well, that'll be useful once we have mods. It doesn't look like I have the ability to, like, City Planner, I swear he had, maybe it's because he was in 4K. That might have been why. Let's find out. We're going to switch to 4K. And I'm sure the graphics are I'm going to take a beating on the graphical performance here. Keep changes. Oh, looks so much sharper in 4K. You guys can't tell, but it really looks sharper. Like, maybe that's what I was complaining about with anti-aliasing. Might not have really been an anti-aliasing thing. Now everything's a lot slower looking, which I did not have that problem, especially with a 5,000 population city in the original game. So, yeah, I mean, it's still playable, but it's not as smooth by a lot. Let's go over here where it's busy. Yeah, you can tell it's not nearly as smooth. Probably. It's not bad. I can live with it. But I mean, this is only 5,000 population. So how will I be able to live with it there? I don't know. That'll be harder. How long do I plan on streaming? Not much longer. It is more nuanced As a geographer, it does bother me very much. Oh, well, I like that you're a geographer. That's pretty cool. I am very into geography. I pay much attention to it all the time, and I'm always amazed at how much hill is put into maps and city skylines. You know, it's kind of weird. I mean, it's not that there shouldn't be hills, but I don't think real life is as steep as we often get in the game, especially on the vanilla maps. But it's hard, no doubt about it. It's why I've never spent a lot of time making my own maps either. So 4K, yep, I still don't have that. I could have sworn I saw a city planner had, you know, his current trend down here and that current trend and I don't know what else down here. I don't know why I have to hover over this to see where my income, what my income looks like or outgo. Yeah, just, I don't know what to say. You know, it's just the way it is right now. Hopefully they revamp the user interface a little bit. Now maybe, well, okay, let's experiment a little bit. Let's go to options. Let's try going with the bright blue. Oh, that's weird. That looks like it's just going to change the way it looks. It is. I'm not sure if I like that better or not. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Options. Makes it easier to see some things. Bright blue, dark gray, orange. Ooh, that shows up really nicely too. I kind of dig this. But it's still, yeah, I think I like this. This is more contrast. Oh yeah, I like this a lot better. I could swear it looked different on city planners, and I don't know what he did to change that. Text scaling, UI transparency, text scaling. Is it the text scaling? I doubt it. Button style. DualShock, auto detect. Nope. It's not that. Well, anyway. So it's been 6.5 hours that I've sat here with you folks. With you fine folks on this fine day. And we've seen some city skylines too. It looks much prettier in 4K. It's not smoother, but it's prettier. I'll tell you that. So if you have an HD monitor, you're probably going to look good on 1080p. If you have a 4K monitor, you're going to be wishing you could be on 4K. That's just the truth of the matter. So that's where we're at. Let's see if there's any more things in the chat that I want to talk about. Okay, Oliver Frux. All right, let's be honest here. Should I get this game or play the original? I have all the DLCs and mods. It's exciting because it's new, but I hear a lot of complaints already. If you're happy with the old one, just stick with it right now. If you want to try the new one, you Game Pass. I wouldn't go sinking a bunch of money into it. It's probably not the best move. Chirpy is as annoying as ever, I see. But yeah, Oliver, I would say if you are happy with the old one, stick with it for a while longer. And, you know, upgrade your hardware. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to help you as much with the old one as you wish. Trust me, because I found out. It will help some, though. It'll be a little smoother. But I say go with what you're happy doing. And I would be happy to go through the tutorial on this. I want to do that. I'm going to do that on my own because it's kind of weird to stream that. Somebody spent a lot of time on that. That's, yeah, I don't know if that's really going to be a great video. I think people should probably go through the tutorial because I feel like I'm missing a lot of details that I probably otherwise understand. Sometimes you learn some stuff that's pretty basic that it's like, oh, duh, okay, that's where that is. Like the upgrades. I couldn't find the upgrades for the ports because I was looking in the wrong place for the C port. Give it some time. All right, so it looks like I've pretty much caught everything. So Fugla says, everyone in my city complaining rent's too high, but no one wants to live in a non-low density house. They really nailed the stupid human factor in CS2, I guess. So I don't know. I'm not sure how the economy works in this game. That's one of the things I really need to play around with, because one of the things I've noticed is when I would get high rent stuff, you know, high rent. All right, let's look at the real world when it comes to high rent. Another fun little topic here. The housing crisis. Everybody talks about the housing crisis. And I've done a lot of reading on this because, you know, I'm interested in urban planning and stuff like that. And if you go to coastal cities in the United States, you go to a lot of international cities that are big, you know, at least like London. I don't know about other cities as much. There's parts of Europe, I think, do a way better job at making sure there's a good, adequate supply of housing. The United States is not one of those. We don't centrally plan housing, and when we do it really poorly, and we do it really, really meanly. And I'm not going to get into detail as to all the reasons why that is, because it's not exactly uncontroversial. But you can go read about them yourself, and then you can decide what you think. But I think it's kind of mean the way they do it. You've got a lot of people who are like, hey, I got mine, you're not getting yours, because I'm not selling mine. And it's not a matter of them selling it. It's just a matter of being able to, I don't know. People want to pick who moves in by them. And then the United States, and I don't understand that. I think that's silly to a degree. I think it would be great if we built better quality houses that made it so you couldn't hear your neighbor as well. I live in a condominium myself. Yeah, I hear my neighbors. They hear me. And, you know, my place is 50 years old, and it seems like that isn't very old by European standards. But this place wasn't really, I mean, it needs a lot of maintenance. Everything leaks. We've had a lot of things we had to reinvest in. You know, we don't put nice roofs on houses like in Europe. You know, there's a lot to that. So we just don't build things for centuries. We build things for decades at best, like a 20 or 30-year loan. Usually a 30-year loan. Probably going to be a 40-year loan before long, and you know, why not? Because the interest rates are so high. Just more opportunity to skim more money off of people who don't have it, or aren't going to have it after they pay for their house, and their kids aren't going to be able to afford one. Well, the big thing with housing, though, is supply and demand. There's a lot of demand. There's not a lot of supply. Why is that? Well, one of them is in this game. It's zoning. We make it so that we can use exclusionary zoning. So basically, there's one land use that is allowed for each zone type. It's not like in Europe, in parts of Europe and in Japan, you have a zoning, sure, but the zoning says, hey, you can build residential in this neighborhood. You can build industrial in this neighborhood. You can build offices in this neighborhood or something like that. And it's much more general, because residential doesn't mean just residential. You know, they're thinking, well, where are you going to go? You've got to go somewhere to shop. You need groceries. You need schools, things like that. Well, you know, that stuff can be built in a residential area, in a residential zoned area. You can build apartments. Maybe there's a height restriction, but there's no restriction on apartments. But the United States has, you can build single family houses, and they have to be at least this many square feet. And the square footage requirements are often astronomically high. So you can't build starter houses. So you can't have any poors moving into your neighborhood, because we don't want poors moving in this neighborhood anyway. And you can't really, you know, utilize the land in a way that really makes it pay off. You got a main road with a bunch of, you know, you have a lot of commercial development along it. Well, that's great, but you can't put too many people too close to it unless it's freeway. We'll build apartments like they're going out of style next to a freeway, because nobody wants to live next to a freeway. I don't know why anybody would put anything but offices or industry next to a freeway. That just seems crazy to me, to build apartments next to a freeway. No one's going to want to sit on their balcony, because all they want to do is hear cars whizzing past, which is loud and noisy and obnoxious. And there's not going to be birds. There's going to be cars. So, yeah, supply and demand. We restrict the supply, and the demand has gone nowhere but up. And it's gone up the most in places where, like coastal cities where people really want to live and where there's a lot of jobs. Places like Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is loaded with single-family zoning and almost nothing else. So you've got all those tech jobs that move in, and they buy out huge pieces of land, and they build their big office complexes. And then everybody's like, I don't want to live in Silicon Valley. It's boring. So where do they live? They live in San Francisco. And San Francisco has the same problem, and just they actually have high density. But San Francisco shouldn't be the only place with high density. And even San Francisco's low density, it's way more dense than anything you're going to find in places like San Jose or Cupertino or Mountain View or Palo Alto, any of those Silicon Valley towns. So when you're looking at city skylines and you're thinking, oh, it's high rent. Like right here, let's look at this neighborhood. It's going to be high rent because what is it? It's all single family houses and a few row houses. So, maybe the rent is high because it's close to the school. I could rezone and add some more density here. That might be nice. But the other thing I could do is just maybe build another neighborhood out here, build more housing over here. And that takes some pressure off of the economics of I got to find housing. Like right now, my unemployment, what's it at? 16%. I don't know how in the world the rent could be that high because I have tons more housing available than jobs. But the thing is maybe the jobs aren't over in this neighborhood because I'm not seeing anything. Oh, I'm seeing high rent there too. What kind of zone is that? High rent. And that's, yeah. So, maybe this person is, lower education level. I don't really know. I don't know enough about the economics in this game to really speak authoritatively at this point. But you might be able to dilute the high rent out by expanding the amount of available zone types in that neighborhood especially, or the amount of housing, or the amount of whatever, and it will suddenly take the pressure off the market. Like this industrial stuff over here. For all I know, all I need to do is add more stuff over here. Or I could do things to make the rent worth it. I don't know what the right course is, and maybe there's more than one right answer. A lot of the problems, there is more than one right answer. It's just a matter of what you're trying to do. I'm going to redevelop all of this because I don't want this here. And rearrange all these roads. But yeah, anyway, that's pontification about housing and all that fun stuff. It's supply and demand. So that'll apply in city skylines, I'm sure, to some extent. I've seen it happen, I think, during this game even, where people are like, high rent. Now you zone some more stuff, and then it's like, oh, never mind. My rent's better now. Let's see here. Sterling ribbons. Yes, I'm still alive. I mean, it's launch day. What can I say? Enjoy the rest of it. Vic Oli, I read San Francisco has only approved 150 new apartment units for this year. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, a lot of those places are built out. So where are you going to build? Well, if you have a single family house in a place like the Far East, I've heard this about like Japan and Vietnam and, a bunch of places. I think it was Vietnam I heard. So say you own a house and you're like, man, this is a really high dollar neighborhood over here. What I really want to do is be able to move my kids in here because, why pay rent, have them pay rent when we could all, just pool our resources and all live together. That'd be great, right? I mean, Americans probably wouldn't think it was great because we get along with our families, but hey, it's a thing that we could do here even, and it might be great. So what would happen is somebody would come along and say, hey, Mr. Man, I would really like to build more density here. It's like, oh, great. Well, we could tear your house down and build a row house, and you'd have all sorts of room. Great. Let's do that. So it'd be basically like what I just did here is I just rezoned that. Rent's high, well, we'll fix that. We're going to put medium density zoning here, and then what's going to happen is they're going to tear that down, and then they'll build something new that will leave more density. And then what happens is the builder builds that for the homeowner. So the guy who owned this spot, he lives somewhere else for a while this gets torn down and rebuilt. And then once it gets turned into a higher building, you know, like 4 or 5 story apartment building, let's say, he'll rent out the bottom to a shop owner, live on the 2nd or 3rd floor, and the rest of the place he'll rent out to his family or something, or to somebody else. And they'll all live there, and he will still have a happy, wonderful life, and he'll be a landlord. That is something we used to do in the United States, but we don't do it anymore because of zoning. And it's mainly just because we want to keep certain people out of our neighborhood and only let certain other people in. And the way we do that is by making it so that we have to have a certain amount of square footage so that the cost of the house is high enough that it keeps out people we don't want, who aren't wealthy enough to live in our neighborhood, we think. I mean, that's typically how it goes. Or we just don't want to change the character of the neighborhood. Well, it's not about character, it's of the houses or anything like that. Oh, maybe some people like that. I mean, some things, you just can't keep things the same. And America was not built to last forever. A lot of stuff was only built to last a few decades. I mean, the suburbs they build in these single family houses now, I mean, they're really not built to last for more than a few decades, maybe 50 years tops. And they're going to really need some work by then. And they're just not built that well. So I don't understand what the big deal is, why people got to hold on to that stuff. Now, some of the stuff that was built like 200 years ago, 100 years ago, yeah, that's worth keeping around probably in some respects. But some of it that's 100 years old, is it really? Nah, I don't know. I don't think so in some places. Some places, yes. Some places, no way. We could replace it and we'd be better off with more density and walkability. But yeah, we don't know how to do walkability very well either. And this game kind of, and it explains part of why. Okay, so one of the big problems I have with this is that this building is set back, and it's got a great place if you want to pull up a car and drop somebody off maybe. I don't even think that's how they use that though. I mean, at least it's not a parking lot. So that's nice. But the problem is, it's so far off the street, and so is this building. I just was watching a presentation that an urbanist, he's an urban planner, his name is Brent Toderian. I think that's how you say his name, I could be saying it wrong. He is on Twitter, you can follow him, you can actually see the link to the presentation. But he talks about how, we have to design things basically like the Dutch do. We have to design things so that we're not designing around cars. We're designing it around, all of the modes, all of them, from walking all the way up to cars. But you design for cars last, because we don't want people driving around in cars to go everywhere. We want them to be able to walk in the neighborhood, bike in the neighborhood, take transit in the neighborhood to get places. And then when they can do that, then, if they do decide they have to drive, they want to drive, well, they can do that too. And they can do that to go to the corner store. It's just, might be more complicated than walking. But when you incentivize everything but driving, you still make driving better because there's not as much congestion and fewer people on the road. The cars take up a lot of space. Like one bus going by in rush hour can, if you pass 60 cars, well, hey, guess what? There's 60 people on that bus, at least. Sometimes there's more if it's one of those long articulated buses. So, these are the kind of principles we can apply in the game, and I was really hoping that the wall-to-wall buildings in this game would be so great I wouldn't feel like I needed to go find custom assets, but from the looks of things, I'm going to want lots of custom assets in this game, which I'm sure the asset builders are going to be happy to bring over as soon as we get that. Now, let's see. Do we have any maintenance buildings we can add? Yes, we do. So let's add a maintenance building, because obviously the game thinks we need one. let's see what happens now. Maybe that'll make it so there's fewer road accidents, because I am seeing quite a lot of those. Probably doesn't help that we have a lot of congestion and not a lot of alternative modes of transportation outside of walking. So yeah. Anyway, I pontificated quite a bit. Yeah, NIMBYs. And NIMBYs are, you know... Yeah, well, you know, that's the funny thing. Protected bike lanes. So that's something that's really going to change things. We're getting some in Cleveland finally, but it's only a little, and I'd really love it if they would just spend a little bit of money all over town and make really crappy but protected bike lanes, because you don't have to put streets in, you know, redo the street. You don't have to put in brand new trees. You don't have to make it perfect. Just make it really, really so you can ride all over town on your bicycle and have a protected bike lane and not feel like you're gonna die because you're on the road on your bike. Make it all connect. Make it go through not residential areas, but make it go through, you know, commercial areas. And you're going to see people say, hey, let's try the bike lanes. Those look pretty good. And maybe they're going to ride the bike to go get a loaf of bread or a bag of milk or something instead of driving a car. Just 150. Yes. Yeah, but protected bike lanes in downtown Phoenix, that's nice. But what we need to see is we need to see bike lanes all over Phoenix. Once we start seeing that and they're really safe, and especially if we can do some road diets and get people out of their cars a little more often, you know, like I was just in Denver. Denver has atrocious traffic. I don't know if it's worse than it was when I was there a few years back. It wasn't even that long ago. I think it was pre-pandemic. And traffic was bad then, but I swear it feels worse. It might have been just because I was in a different part of town. I have no idea. But getting in and out, in and around Denver is miserable compared to Cleveland. Cleveland doesn't have any traffic. But Cleveland also doesn't have all the big roads. We don't have 6-lane roads everywhere. We have only a handful of 6-lane roads. We have a lot of 4-lane roads, and we have even more 2 or 3-lane roads. And that's it. Mostly it's 2-lane roads going around town, and we've had some road diets that have constricted it even further, and honestly I feel like it's done nothing to make the traffic worse except for in a few spots, and most of those are going to freeways. And that's part of the other problem. We have too many urban freeways. Denver probably suffers from the same issue. Denver has transit, Cleveland has transit. I think I like Cleveland's transit system better. Because Denver's runs along freeways. And yeah, sometime we'll make a city and we'll talk about that. But talking about making cities, parking lot train stations. Yes. The train stations stop and you've got a big old parking lot that you have to cross before you ever get to anything. Whether it's home, office, shopping, whatever. It looks great on paper. It's really easy, and you get to say, hey, I built trains. Isn't that cool? We have transit. But you don't have transit because you should have just run it down Main Street. That's what you need to do. You need to take lanes off of Main Street and give them to, yeah, I don't care if you give them to buses. It's going to be better. Los Angeles could change overnight if they just if they just went with dedicated bus lanes everywhere and said, shut up, all you people who think you're somebody, and just either drive your car and suffer or ride the bus. And if they'd make the bus, you know, a little better, if they had money invested in public transportation a little bit, then I think you'd see clamoring for rail and all that other stuff, because it's just a no-brainer. I mean, they used to have streetcars. LA was built on streetcars. Cleveland was built on streetcars. The whole country was built on streetcars, except for the new suburbs that have been built in the last 50 years, 70 years. Tacoma streetcar just got extended. That's great. Anyway, we're gonna play with trams and stuff like that too, because this city obviously could use them. That's abandoned. Well, that sucks. So, anyhow, that's where we at. I think we're doing all right. I think I want to build a bypass to get around all of this. And I'm starting to see exactly how that would pan out. Just run a road right down here and bam, bypass, done. That would take a lot of traffic off here and make it so that it's mostly local traffic going through here. Well, that's all I have for you today because it's been 7 hours. That's a long time. I think that's my longest stream ever. This will be out there on video on demand. I might try to get it on a Patreon for you guys, but definitely see it on VOD. It looks like I have some office demand finally. Probably because my education level is up. Now you got me curious. Education. Yes, 12% educated. That's much better than before. Thank you, college. Yeah, that's definitely helping. So I have to do a lot of homework, try to understand this economic model better. I have not followed this very closely, honestly, because, yeah, I was really excited at first, and then I was just like, I'm busy. I got a lot of things going on. So I haven't watched all the little things, and I haven't watched everybody's analysis. I did some of my own analysis at the beginning. I didn't get any videos out because I'm too slow to be able to do that. I'm more methodical in the way I like to produce my content. And I hate calling it content because if it's just content, then why are you making it? Just make videos and make it fun, and so people want to watch it. So hopefully this was fun. I am looking forward to having some time with this alone, although it feels a little alone. But thanks so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful day. Enjoy the rain, because you're going to need a lot of it in this game. And I'll catch you later.